Greetings, family. We're going to get ready here to do the conspiracy to right all wrongs. Well, I should keep that. Okay, cool, awesome, fantastic. So let me pull up my stuff. I know I tried to get up on here on time, but that didn't happen. My bad. Okay, but I got a lot going on. Let's see that. Oh, let's see that. Damn that. Okay, so we're gonna go ahead and get started. Let me open up this document really quick, like. Okay. Ooh. Close. All right. The conspiracy to right all wrongs. My name is Cassandra-Floyd, also known as the Daughter of the Fates, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, am a divine instrument of my mother's divine will. As such, I am protected and guided by the sacred blood and water of my mother, Jacqueline Jeanette Cook's body, that anointed my entry into this life. I am divine because she is divine. Mommy and I are one. I call on our mothers. I call all of our mothers to this moment. I call on they who govern everything, every time, and in every space in between. She with 10,000 names, today it is Oya, Yemaya, Oshun, Iyami, Ajay, divine architects of existence, Osiris of the new age. Mommy and I are one. I call upon all the divine ancestors in the Ashe of every mother on earth to break every curse cast upon the mother and her children, in all timelines and every dimension. Mommy and I are one. We, the mother's divine children, conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Mommy and I are one. We conspire together today to destroy everything and everyone in every timeline and dimension that has caused suffering and despair. Mommy and I are one. Today, we embody the sacred and divine power of our mothers. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite all time. Today, we the tree, we the weavers, rewrite the book of life. Today, we, our mother's children, call the winds of change. We conjure the primordial dark. We summon the sacred serpent deep from within the earth. We subdue the rogue sun. We control the light. We heal the harm. We embolden the fearful. We instill courageous action. Today, we are staging a global evolution as is our mother's divine will. Mommy and I are one. We are the architects of the new age. Now, we, the architects of the new age, now create the new institutions, the new traditions, the new culture, the new ways of being. We ecstatically welcome the radical destruction of all institutions of hate and harm erected by the godheads of war. Mommy and I are one. We have the power. We have the voice. We are the portals of change. Now we employ our sacred breath and we give life and sacred blood to this conspiracy. Mommy and I are one. We command, come the wind, come the storm, come the lightning, capture and judge all godheads of war and all betrayers of the mother's divine will. Bring their confusion and war to an immediate end. Scatter them to oblivion, never to be resurrected. We are the fates. We are the furies. We are the Iyami Ajay. We are the disseminators of divine time, divine retribution, divine rectification, and evolutionary justice. We are the restorers of heaven on earth under the mother's divine reign. We wake the sacred serpent from her sleep to assist us in this sacred assignment. Love unlimited is our birthright. Harmony is our birthright. Ecstasy is our birthright. Pleasure is our birthright. Freedom is our birthright. This is her divine will, and we are the divine executors of her will. We speak her will into the now to reverberate throughout all time, all space, and all dimensions. It is certainly, as we say, forever and ever. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. Mommy and I are one. All right, family. Woo! I know it's been a couple of days since I've been up on here, you feel me? But I felt that deep in my spirit. Sure did. Yes, I did. Let me go ahead and get my little self right. So, all right. Where is and I man, what did I do? I thought I close out. Child, look, let me tell you. I call myself cleaning up my little catastrophic desk area, but you know how you clean shit up so good you forget where you put shit? That's what I'm on right now. Let me figure out what I did with those books. That's so weird. I thought I left those out. Let's see. Damn, man. What in the hell could I have possibly done? I don't believe that. I know I thought I left those out. Hold on, y'all, because this shit is crazy. When I tell you I spent about 2 hours cleaning up my little desk corner, and I thought I left my other books out. Let's see that. No, that's not there. We are the usherers of the new age. Let's see. Man, what in the hell? My bad, y'all. Goddamn, what the fuck? I know I left that. Okay, let me take a break. Let me take a deep breath because I know I am not tripping. I left those books out. What in the hell? Yeah, the ushers of the new age. The brigade guys cast upon the mother and the children. No timelines. And in every dimension, we the mother's divine children conspire together today to forever bind those who have or would harm you, great mother. Oh, I can listen. What in the hell? I know I left those books out, so now I'm tripping. Oh, there it is right there. Yeah, I'm tripping. See, look at that. All right. Let me see what is going on over here in this thing that is going off over here. All right. Let's see. So how y'all doing? How y'all feeling? I know everything is everything. Everything going on in the world. Everybody up in their fields. Let's see. GJP, thank you for the donation. Tracy Wallace, thank you for the donation, my dear. Cool. All right. So, for these of you who are just coming in the room, I am Cassandra-Floyd, founder of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I am also known as the Daughter of the Fates. So, we're going to read the prophecy by one of the Sibyls. Thrice 300 years having run their course of fulfillment, Rome by the strife her people shall perish. Rome is doomed to perish. And that indeed the judgment of God, because it held her name in hatred, and being the enemy of righteousness, it destroyed the people who kept the truth. There shall come to thee sometime from above a heavenly stroke deserved, O haughty Rome, and thou shalt be the first to bend thy neck and be raised to the ground, and thee shall fire destructive utterly consume, cast down upon thy pavements, and thy wealth shall perish, and wolves and foxes dwell in thy foundations. And then shalt thou be wholly desolate, as if not born. And then this is the global glorious conspiracy of the Temple of Evolutionary Emergence. I, Cassandra-Floyd, is a peculiar expression of the almighty divine She, the great cosmic mother, now joined in breath with my global family to conspire on behalf of the whole made well. We are breathing these words together now to ensure that our home, her body, is restored to her original perfect glory. Her glory is perfect in peace, love, bliss, happiness, and ecstasy. This world exists because we collectively will it so. We, as the representatives of the Mother's reign on earth, speak this beautiful conspiracy as a single cosmic earthly orchestra to guarantee heaven on earth in joyful compliance with our Mother's divine will. Possessing the power of our mothers, we speak this glorious future now. It is certainly as we say, Mommy and I are one. Okay? So, let's stick that back in there. So, I have been on one for the last few days, hence why I've been MIA and just barely made it up on here today. So how y'all feeling? Let me see what y'all got going on over here. How y'all feeling? How y'all doing? How y'all living? You feel me? Save our trees. I think I sent you an email today. As a matter of fact, save our trees. I think I sent you an email. I love the thumbnail too, Phoenix Rising. I found that picture and I was like, yes, yes, yes. That energy right motherfucking now. Let's see. Lavina Poetic Empress, greetings. Let's see. Galactic Seed up on IG, greetings. B Core Kelly, greetings. Let's see. Constance Woo Woo Vayoni. No I Israel. Greetings. Jane Watson, Phoenix Rising, Sweet River Venus Mama, Power 821. Let's see what y'all got going on over here. Let's see. I think whoa. Okay, yeah. Okay, I think that's everybody. All right. So I got a lot to talk to y'all about today, and I probably, like has been the norm lately, I probably won't get to everything just because there is so much happening so rapidly and so radically in this world today. I think the last live that I did for you guys was, first of all, very long, and I was talking to you specifically about this big, giant, radical event that is about to unfold on July 7th. That is the first time in 84 years that Uranus will be transitioning into Gemini. That only happens every 84 years. And the implications of that. So I'm not gonna revisit any of that. If you are interested in the extraordinarily lengthy deep dive that I did about the significance of this, I think the 7th is actually on next Monday. Then I would suggest, I think it was actually the very last live that I did. So what was that? Today is what, Tuesday? So I don't know, maybe Friday or whatever. I would say go back there. But just know that both the July the 4th, coming up this Friday, and July the 7th are extraordinarily, monumentally, historically important astrologically, astronomically, and numerologically. And just so those of you who do not know who I am or have not been up on game, I haven't been up on my page, this is huge because so much of what we are experiencing is deliberately because of this period that we're in. This unmatched, unreplicated, never before in known human history documented event. Okay? Never before documented in astronomical or astrological history in the whole of humanity. This event has never happened. And that is why these megalomaniacs in positions of power are attempting to stage the contest that they are staging. That's why they out the gate all wild. That's why they seem to be acting like lunatics. They are not acting like lunatics, child. I want to tell you, I want to give y'all a word today. They are not acting like lunatics. This is prudent, long committed, prudent planning. This is what you are witnessing. So while you out here responding in a state of chaos, honey, they've been plotting and scheming this jack move for a long time. And the thing that perpetually has them uneasy about the plan that they have established for quite some time, that they have been certain up until about 8 months ago, up until about a year ago, they have been cockily certain in the jack move that they have been strategizing to execute, baby, for the first time, child. They are like, this shit looking real shaky. I don't even know we gonna be able to do what we trying to do. I'm trying to give y'all a word because, baby, especially these next 9 days, these next 9 days, I want you to move in the world. I want you to move in the world like a giant. Not only do I want you to move in the world like a giant, I want you to move in the world like a giant on a mission. Not only do I want you to move in the world like a giant on a mission, I want you to move in the world like a giant on a mission. And the mission is to crush every fucking institution erected that has caused the suffering of human beings. Like, that's all you imagine is yourself, giant, big, towering over everything. Your ass so big, you bigger than the goddamn Empire State Building. Your ass so big, you bigger than the goddamn, what they call that shit, the Statue of Liberty. Your ass so big, you are bigger than the tallest goddamn erected megalith on Earth. And all you can see is like, you remember that damn video game Mario Brothers where they just be stepping on shit or taking their hammer and like squashing shit? That's you for the next 9 days. That's you for the next 9 days. Like the like and your what's the word I'm looking for? And your motivation while squashing all these little buildings, because these buildings are baby buildings. These buildings are baby buildings. These institutions are minute compared to your majesty, compared to your gargantuan, humongous, radically destructive self. You heard me? I want you to imagine yourself like one of them little motherfucking Mario brothers just trashing everything inside. You got your giant ass hammer over your giant ass shoulder, just fucking clearing the goddamn terrain because your motivation is this mission that I'm on for the next 9 days, visualizing myself destroying everything in my motherfucking way. With every word that I speak, I am destroying the old. With every word that emanates out of my mouth, I am destroying everything that has stood in our way, everything that has held us hostage, everything that has caused us suffering, everything that has limited our vision, everything that has broken our heart, everything that has violated our body. Everything has got to fucking go. It all has to go. And your motivation is I have to do this work as the giant because it's the only way that the mother can erect the new. I have to clear the fucking terrain so that the mother can erect the new. This work is holy work that I'm doing. This work is sacred work that I'm doing for the next 9 days. For the next 9 days, everything I do, child, from the time your feet hit the floor in the morning until your ass collapse in the bed at night, every single second of the waking day is deliberate and purposeful. And my only mission is to clear the motherfucking path, is to clear the motherfucking terrain so that the mother can come up in here and get this goddamn work in. She can create the new. She can effortlessly generate the absolute new age. You understand what I'm saying? I hope you understand what I'm saying. I hope you understand what I'm saying. Because this shit to me, I have been talking to so many people over the last 4 or 5 days. People's fear, people's trauma, people's triggers, people's people are really fucking terrified. And that is what this bullshit has been meant to do. Do you understand me? It has been meant to terrorize you into submission, terrorize you into inactivity, terrorize you into hiding in your house and just doing sacred work behind closed doors. This ain't that day, boo. This is not that day. 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 This ain't that day. This is exactly what it has been meant to do. It's either been meant to terrorize you into submission and inactivity, or this other thing that you see out here, terrorize you and trigger you into a reactionary response that has no strategy tied to it, has no long view tied to it, has no strategic goal through which all of these tentacles come to the same point. So you either terrorized into submission, not doing shit, but staying up in your house and trying to quote avoid the inevitable, or you out in these streets wild and fucking blind. Wild and blind. Because all y'all out in the streets by the hundreds of thousands, by the millions at this point across the country. Have you linked up? Have you synced your mind into quote a uniconscious to say, okay, bitch, no matter what we doing, this is the outcome. This is to plug into a crystal clear goal, a measurable goal that after the swell is completed, after the shouting is completed, this identifiably is what we have won. This is what we have won. And without that, child, all you are doing is feeding this bloodthirsty megalomaniac that thrives on your rage, that thrives on your fear, that thrives on your sense of uncertainty, that thrives on this sense of powerlessness that is holding you hostage. And I want to tell you today, child, I want to tell you today. I've been saying for a week that we together, all of us, the mother's children, all of us together, the mother's children. You understand me? Females, males, all the genders in between, white and black, and all the colors in between, the 7 continents and nations of the world. Those of us who have perpetually made up the pedestal that has enriched 3,028 megalomaniacs. You understand me? That the thing that has always been kept from us, that has always been right in our face, is the sheer opening of our mouths, saying something together at the same time in a glorious and radical fashion changes shit in the material world. That bullshit ass bullshit that Muslims be doing, circling around the Mecca all at the same time, chanting and making the commitment that at least once in my lifetime, I'm going to make the Hajj and go to Mecca and circle around the sacred black box and hopefully get close enough that I can give her the kiss of betrayal, child. You understand me? The kiss of betrayal. Child, let me write that shit down. The kiss of betrayal is what you are witnessing in the Hajj when men literally struggle with each other to get close enough to kiss the black box. That's the kiss of betrayal as highlighted in your biblical scripture about how Judas quote betrayed your precious Jesus. You feel me? That ain't the only kiss of betrayal because they brethren, the Islamic brethren, the Jews, the practitioners of Judaic religion do the same thing when they go to the Wailing Wall. Be kissing the wall and shouting mantras and prayers and on and on and on and on and on and on and on. And you can see too many of your goddamn presidents do the same thing. Clinton doing the same thing. Obama doing the same thing. Fucking Trump doing the same thing. I just see a picture today of the fucking Pope and the Ayatollah of Iran chumming it up behind closed doors. You feel me? You feel me? The kiss of betrayal, the kiss of betrayal, the kiss on the Wailing Wall, the kiss on the Wailing Wall, all this bullshit. You seen your bullshit ass Pope Francis, and all these Negroes, bless your poor hearts, baby, bless your hearts. Talking about, see, the Pope even know that the black woman is God, as he puts on this fucking play, this performance at the feet of the Black Madonna, where he is bent over, prostrate in front of the Black Madonna, kissing her feet. This is a kiss of betrayal, bitch. This is a goddamn spell that nigga is casting. You understand? Your ass be so romantic about what it is you think you see with your eyes, and you see the Pope dressed in all white in the center of the Vatican, bending down and kissing the feet of the Black Madonna, and your ass, your heartstrings get plucked. Your heartstrings get plucked, not knowing that this is a ritual to encage, to suppress, to guarantee, to preserve themselves. We got to do everything that we got to do to make sure this black bitch here don't ever regain power, does not ever regain her rightful place in the consciousness of human beings. That her descendants never remember who she is and what she guaranteed them. That's what that's for. But your ass gets so romantic about seeing some old white boy in a white boy yarmulke, in a white boy dress, bending down prostrate and kissing the feet of the Black Madonna that the goddamn Vatican has held hostage for who knows how many motherfucking years. Who knows how many years the Black Madonna has been held hostage in the goddamn Vatican. You feel me? And she said, baby, today is the day. Whether you ready or not, women, whether you ready or not, sons, whether you ready or not, others, whether you ready or not, this is the day. This is the day, and there is only two choices for today. There's only two choices. There's only one decision to make. You feel me? There's only one decision to make. And I'm going to tell you, it's not just your personal decision that must be made in this moment. The the decision that must be made and the role that you must play in that is to hold others accountable to that standard. The line has been drawn, child. It's been drawn for a hot minute. You feel me? The line that has been drawn for this period, the declaration about which side do you choose, because there are only two. There are only two. There are only two. Everything else is a distraction, bitch. Everything else is a distraction. There's only two choices. There's only two sides and one decision. Which side? The future or the past? Betrayal or joyful compliance? I'm either going to betray the mother, or I am going to ecstatically comply with her will, because I know her will always serves me. She ain't got nothing but not only my best interest, but she loves to see me ecstatic. She loves to experience me happy. She loves to see me joyful. She loves to see me laughing out loud. She loves to see me cutting the clown, cracking jokes. She loves to see me dancing in public. She loves to hear me playing music. That's all she thrives on, is our ecstatic expression of gratitude for all that she is and all the abundance that she promised us from literally day one. So either you going to comply with the unquestioned execution of our divine mother's fucking perfect will, or you are going to side with your oppressor. And there ain't a person on the whole of the planet Earth, I tell you, even those malignant megalomaniacs that got their boot on humanity, even they have suffered as a consequence of their betrayal to the mother, their betrayal against the mother, their betrayal of the mother. Even they too, in their fucking wicked ass madness, have suffered as a consequence of their betrayal of the mother. That's it. Those are the only two choices that you have. Those choices apply not only to yourself, but to the greater whole. So you people, I'm telling y'all, some of y'all gonna be mad on this day. Because if you cannot look at your so-called political leaders, if you cannot look at your so-called representatives, if you cannot look at your so-called spiritual advisors and shit and easily place them in one or two of these categories, are they actually ecstatically with integrity fulfilling and complying to the fulfillment of the mother's divine will? Or are they, child, are they the monsters among us? Are they the monsters among us, speaking with a split tongue, all the while deeply in bed with the Father God, with the gods of war, however they look, however they look, however they look? That's it. Not only should you be asking yourself this question on a daily basis, am I in this moment in absolute compliance with my mother's divine will, or am I betraying my mother in this moment? Am I betraying my mother in this moment? That's every action. That's everything out your mouth. That's every behavior that you express. That's every split tongue ass thing you do in this very moment. Am I in unquestioned compliance with my mother's divine will? Or in this moment, am I betraying my mother? Am I prolonging the suffering of human beings? Am I creating a way for the Father God to continue to destroy everything he lays his eyes on because he too hates his mother? The Father God hates his mother, boo. The Father God hates his mother. The Father God hates his mother. And that's why you live in a world that looks the way that it does right now. That they literally will plot and scheme to destroy everything, and they tell you in your face. Every dystopian movie, every end of the world movie, every zombie apocalypse for the last 120 plus years, since 1914, they've been telling you all the time, this is the only future that you can look forward to. We will be all right because we building bunkers and all the mountains and shit. We building safe havens for ourselves, and we don't care if we got to live in the dark for 30 or 40 years as long as the rest of you motherfuckers go. That's what they do. They've been telling you in your face since the very first apocalyptic movie was made in 1914 that the only future that you can look forward to, masses of you, the only future you can look forward to, those of you who have generated our wealth. There wouldn't be a rich motherfucker on earth. When I tell you there would not be a billionaire on earth if we had been regularly and emphatically demanding the value of that which we produce. There wouldn't be a billionaire on earth. There wouldn't be 22 million millionaires in this country. Everybody would be living prosperously because we see in real time, in plain sight, there's always more than enough for everyone that incarnates to live a prosperous life, an abundant life, a safe life, a sovereign life, a peaceful life, a happy life. The only reason that we do not see and experience that world right now is because of the malignancy that has plagued the planet, the sun gone rogue. The son as a part of the mother's body that forgets what its charge is, that forgets who he is within the grand scheme of the absolute undeniable whole, the singular fucking one. God damn it. And y'all out here, child, listen. Today is not the day. Today is not the day. Everything that we do, and I've been saying this to you guys for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Kali, I just love her so much. I love her story. I love everything about who she has been described to be to us. I love her story because the thing is, everything that you experience, I promise you, if you look deeper, everything that you experience is a story told to make sure that the giant in you is never let loose. Because the giant in you begging to be let loose. What's the evidence of the giant in you begging to be let loose? The evidence of the giant in you begging to be let loose, child, Is everything that you have ever been told is bad about yourself? Oh, yes. Why you have such a hard time concentrating? Why you don't just behave in them white people school? Why you just don't do your homework like these white people say and go to these schools and don't make no trouble? Why you be wilding out where I give you a curfew at 10 o'clock and your ass don't come home till midnight? Listen, why you talk so hard? Why you be cussing? Don't you know that ain't ladylike? Why your hair ain't did? Why your hair in dreadlocks? Why your shit ain't straight? Why don't you put on some skin lightening cream? Why you talk so hard? Why don't you soften your voice? Why don't you willingly tiptoe on edge? Everything. I promise you everything, child. I have been sitting up in this motherfucker for a week. For a week, child. At war with those same things that I recognized in real time. Like, oh my God, like I still got these things in my head too, where I be self-critiquing why your living room looks so trashy. Like, bitch, because you've been in here working for 24 hours a day for the last goddamn week trying to get some product done. What you mean why your living room look crazy? Why you self-brutalizing, bitch? Like, get this work in. You feel me? Like, don't be in here stressing because your living room, you ain't vacuumed in a week. What you doing? You feel me? I'm telling you, I be in here battling with myself. So I got to give y'all a word because otherwise you will descend into a process where you think that somehow I'm better than you. I'm higher than you. I'm a more ahead of you. I done arrived quicker than you. And that ain't what this is about. That's why I'm constantly sharing my faults with you. That's why I'm constantly putting myself on display. Child, this is a work. What do they call it? A work in this is a work in progress that you are witnessing. This is the unfolding of evolution all the time. This is the unfolding of evolution every single solitary day. Every day, the potential for breakthrough to unfold in front of you, not come down on you. I hate that shit. Stop saying I got to download. Stop saying that shit. Stop saying that. I personally hate it. I personally am uncomfortable with this whole identification. I gotta download. I gotta download because it's still there's this low level, damn insidious kind of whisper laying below the surface that you are lower and you are waiting for something from outside yourself to come and implant itself on you. That's not what is happening. It's not what's happening. I feel like so much of what is being propagated as spiritual lingo and jargon is the state infecting your motherfucking space. The state has invaded your spiritual circles. The state has invaded your church. The state has invaded your house. The state has invaded your bedroom. The state has invaded your relationships with your children and your loved ones. The state is a wicked instrument that has infected like a goddamn all ever present virus. It has infected every space on the goddamn planet. There is no thought. Sorry, there is no thought that is your own until you get neck deep in this work with your mama. There is no thought of yours in your head that is original until you get down and dirty, deep and ugly, face to face with God. That's you. God, that's you. Face to face with your mother. Your mother is God. And it means that if she is God, bitch, you are God because God can only give birth to God. This is the shit that you got to get comfortable with. A lot of people ain't ready to make that leap because to really internalize, to really accept, man, to really accept this whole idea, quote, mommy and I are one, mommy and I are one, mommy and I are one. It means, and this is the reason that a lot of people get stalemate, baby. A lot of people will have little breakthroughs and little epiphanies, and they ain't trying to go no further than that because their ancient self lets them know, bitch, that once you know, once you believe, once you accept, once you understand that your ass is God, every single 8 billion one of you, it means that there is a charge on your fucking life. It means that you cannot feign ignorance anymore. It means that you can't accept that bullshit and ass bullshit. Well, what can one person do? Create the entire fucking universe. That's what one person can do. That's what one person can, and that's some weighty shit to a motherfucker that has been told that their history started on a goddamn slave plantation somewhere. That's a heavy weight to bear for a motherfucker that has been told a whole existence that the superior white people came over here and killed everybody because it was manifest destiny. That's a heavy weight to bear to unleash God in your goddamn consciousness. That's the giant, bitch. The giant is God. The baby giant I'm always talking about, your ass need to move out the way so that motherfucker can be unleashed on the earth. That motherfucker is God. That's the giant. That's the giant that you have held captive in your spirit. That's the giant you have held captive in your heart. That's the giant that you have refused to allow to remove the malignancy out of the way so that your giant can rest comfortably where they are supposed to, which is right in the throne of your consciousness, the throne of your mind, the throne of your consciousness, as the best personification of your entire line. You are the best that your ancestors had to offer. You are. Excuse me. You are the best that your ancestors had to offer, baby. You are. You are the absolute, pristine, perfect culmination of all of your ancestry, all the way back to your beginning. That's what evolution guarantees. That's why science is important, bitch. That's why science is important in spiritual spaces, bitch. Is so that you can demystify the shit that has been permanently and perpetually mystified to keep you from the truth that is you and your necessity on this planet at the time you chose your incarnation to set this shit the fuck off. That's why you are here. Everybody on the planet. That don't mean everybody on the planet is going to remember why they are here. That don't mean that. It means we still have a decision to make about our life. It means that our mother let us loose so that we can make decisions for ourselves and hopefully in a perfect harmonious union with the spirit that is in us, with the voice that resides in us, with the voice that begins to speak to us as soon as we take our first breath. That hopefully that voice will be louder than your fucking conditioning. Hopefully that voice will be louder than your conditioning. So at this moment, at this most monumental period in the entire epoch of human history, that we can once and for all simultaneously slay and rage this shit to the fucking ground so that the new will have a fertile foundation to spring the fuck up out of. That's what we on right now. That's what we on right now. I'm so hype. It's too easy. It has been too easy since this megalomaniacal lunatic who is sheerly just a mask, baby. Trump is just a mask. That is all he is. He is a mask for the long-standing hidden ambitions of very old megalomaniacs who come in all shades, child. Who come in all shades. These secret dealings behind closed doors of the Moors and the Brits and the Egyptians and the Chinese. Child, these are pacts that they signed a long time ago. They all came to the same conclusion at the same time in human history, that in order to sustain power for ourselves, us penis possessing human beings, we have to work together to ensure that the mother never has the opportunity to raise her head again. And they have been committed to that. And they will flaunt that shit in your face, and you will still believe what they say out their mouth. It's the United States against Iran. Please, Mr. Ayatollah, it ain't all of us. It ain't all of us. Don't come get us, child. Bye with that dumbass, kindergartenish, infantile for that matter, understanding of the world and the role that your ass plays in it. The role that your ass plays in it. You. Those of you who living out in this world hopeless. Those of you who are living out in this world fearful. Those of you who are living in this world completely unhinged about what the future may look like? What is the possible future? Where can I run on the earth to acquire some semblance of safety? No the fuck where. Nowhere can you run on earth to secure yourself some sense of safety, especially if your ass incarnated in this rotten motherfucker with a uterus. And even more particularly, if your ass incarnated with a uterus and black ass skin and nappy ass hair and big ass noses and high ass cheekbones and big ass lips and big ass titties and big ass booty. There is nowhere you can globetrot in this most monumental period in human history where you can, quote, save yourself from what is to come. Bitch, the responsibility is for us to raise this shit to the fucking ground. That's the responsibility. That's the responsibility. That's why God, she saw fit to allow those of us in particular who incarnated with uteruses. She said, you bitch is about to be born in your bloodline. Feel me? And I'm going to need you to be born with a uterus because y'all have a very peculiar and specific role in the raising of the new world, in the raising up of the new age. Those of you who are incarnated with Y chromosomes, your role is extraordinarily peculiar to you. There is a responsibility tied to the incarnation that you chose. The first thing you have to do is accept that you were born perfect. That's the first thing that you have to do. I know that's hard for y'all. Because this motherfucker has been so strategic, so extraordinarily, honey, perfect in its execution to convince you in every way, in every social strata, in every fucking walk of life, in every period in your human development, always reminding you of how flawed you are. You were born flawed. You were born imperfect. This process is imperfect, and it is only the divine scientific mind of a white male guy lending his genius to a white male mythological motherfucker in the sky in a white lab with a white microscope in a white coat that can attempt to bring you to perfection, because nature is dirty. Nature is rugged. Nature is not scientific. Nature is not perfect. It is only my divine white self and my malignant Y chromosome that can perfect the radical nature that is she. Ever present all the time. These motherfuckers stay walking around the whole planet with an attitude because they're like, damn, this bitch just everywhere. This bitch just everywhere. She just everywhere. Like, damn. That's why they talking about building goddamn bunkers in the bottom of the earth, because they can build a perfect, pristine, concrete wall with no life and no life force in it. And this is where they feel comfortable. This shit is run amok in Hollywood. When I was, the first thing that I did when I came out here is I was cleaning people's houses. You feel me? Because I was staying in my car. I was living in my car for about 6 months when I first came to California. So it was easy for me to get a job cleaning houses. So I'm in people's houses doing that. And then for a long time, I was, doing massages out causing people's houses. And every house that I went to was like a white ass tomb. I said, how can y'all be comfortable in not only a white ass tomb with concrete floors, every single sound bouncing off the walls like 20 times before it subsides? That shit is like popular out here. I'm like, the shit is madness to me. To me, the shit is like the prime personification of straight madness. Like, y'all done really flew the coop. There ain't nothing left up in here. Y'all done really took a vacation. Because I'm telling you, I would go in these houses, baby, multi-million-dollar homes. I go in these homes. There ain't a single piece of art on the wall. And if there is a piece of art on the wall, is one giant piece of art on the wall that's black and white or beige. I'm like, what the fuck y'all got against color? What y'all got against vibrancy? What y'all got against a plant? Can y'all just have a plant in this, like one single plant in your multi-million-dollar house? Like, what the hell is wrong with you? It is their hatred for the she. It is the hatred of nature. It is the personification. It is the peak personification of madness, of those who have completely and successfully finalized their severance from the mother, from the one, from nature. It is the peak personification, expression of their hatred of everything that reminds them of the supremacy of our fucking mother. That's what they are opposed to. That no matter what they do, no matter what they have done, no matter how many lives they have taken, no matter how many continents they have fucking conquered, no matter how many lands they done stolen, no matter how many riches they done fucking gobbled up out the belly of the earth, that her supremacy is still ever present, and that shit is the thorn in they fucking proverbial side. Like, goddamn, there ain't no motherfucking, we done goddamn polluted the ozone layer. We done goddamn deliberately polluted the water, deliberately polluted the air, deliberately polluted the land, deliberately for 6,000 years uninterrupted. And this bitch still going strong. Earth. This bitch still producing. Earth. This bitch still giving abundantly. Earth. We done dug up all the fruit bearing trees and planted all male trees to do multiple things at one time to make sure the entire population is sick because of the overproduction of goddamn pollen, because there ain't no female trees. But we had to dig up them female trees, so couldn't no homeless people be picking fruit and shit up off the trees for free. And it don't matter. She still keep providing. She still be making a way. She still be executing miracles. Did y'all hear about this Indian dude? This Indian billionaire? Child, when I tell you I have a fucking word for you today, I am fucking invigorated, but my mama showing the fuck out the way she been showing out. Y'all get distracted on the bullshit, but I'm telling you, I be looking for the signs that my mother is showing the fuck out. Y'all hear the story about this motherfucking billionaire who is best friends with Prince William or Harry or whoever the fuck one of them niggas is? And they at a polo match. They had a polo match, and he trotting along, this Indian billionaire, trotting along, and something fly in his mouth. He's like, oh shit. And he tell his homie, like, damn, I swallowed something. And his homie was like, you all right? And within seconds of saying I swallowed something, he went into anaphylactic shock, had a fucking massive heart attack, and died right there on the field. A bumblebee flew into his fucking mouth. The bumblebee decided that today I'm going to take one for the team. I'm going to be the divine kamikaze that gets one lick off on one of these billionaire megalomaniacs that have changed the world into a place of suffering. I'm going to get my licks off up on this bitch today. And that divine, radical, holy bee that we should be making offerings to, we should be speaking that divine bee into all the abundance in their next life, child, because that bee took one for the team. He got his mouth open, boasting about his his awesomeness. About his awesomeness and everything, and everybody's crying crocodile tears. Oh my God, he was such a philanthropist. He was so wonderful. He was so giving. How convenient. How convenient. Oh, your divine giving as your ass is a billionaire, and there is no billionaire on the whole of the planet Earth who did not become so by robbing somebody the fuck else. Somebody didn't get paid for that bitch to be a billionaire. Somebody was not paid the value of their labor for that motherfucker to become a billionaire. I'm trying to tell you, somebody lost their life for him to become a billionaire. Some child in some mine somewhere digging the steel up out the goddamn mines and getting paid 2 bowls of rice a day suffered so he could become a billionaire. There is no such thing as a philanthropic billionaire. There is no such thing as a quote good billionaire. There's no such thing as a gentle and kind and generous billionaire. No such creature on the whole of the planet. None. Nowhere. 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 And until you guys reconcile that shit, I still stay amazed at this quote default way that people completely separate their suffering from the fact that they live in a country where there are 909 motherfucking billionaires just in the United States. How they can completely dissect, just like the dissection of their brain. You feel me? Dissect cannot see the direct connection between the fact that in 1990, there were only 63 billionaires in this country in 1990. And now there are 909 in this country. The year that COVID began, there were 297 billionaires in the United States. So since the beginning of COVID, you done had almost 700 billionaires just pop up out the motherfucking ground like goddamn fresh daisies, and you don't see a connection between your increased and deepening suffering and their ability to fucking balloon wealth at your expense. Your inability to pay rent is because billionaires exist. Your inability to have adequate health care is because billionaires exist. Your inability to get adequate dental care, you stress as soon as you feel a pain in your tooth because you like, damn, this shit gonna cost me $2,000 or $3,000, and you ain't got enough money to go to a foreign country where it'll cost you a decent amount of money. So your ass just tripping about this infection seeping into your bloodstream, seeping into your goddamn brain and shit because billionaires exist. If you want me to be deeper than that, cancer exists because billionaires exist. I said what I said. High blood pressure exists because billionaires exist. No, 909 billionaires. 909 billionaires. You feel me? The hole in the ozone layer is because billionaires exist. You feel me? Black people in the South in Cancer Alley and Black people in the northeastern states who live in places that are notoriously environmentally toxic, they live in them places because billionaires exist. And I'll go a step deeper. Billionaires exist because they have imposed those conditions on Black, brown, and red people in this country. It's the same thing. Billionaires exist because of the unending, consistent, ever-present fucking exploitation of human beings in this motherfucker right here and everywhere on the face of the planet. That's the reason billionaires exist. And then your suffering, your shortened life expectancy, your premature gray hair, your fucking kidney disease, you understand? Premature death of your babies from leukemia and all this other bullshit. All of these things exist because billionaires exist. Why? Because billionaires exist as a consequence of your suffering. Your suffering is required for billionaires to exist. Your suffering is required for billionaires to exist. They are inseparable. They, as a matter of fact, are the expression of this twin energy that we've been talking about now for 3 fucking months. For 3 months, we have been talking about why is this twin energy so heavy in every place, in every movie, in all the news, and all the things. What is this? What is the world? What is the universe trying to tell us with all this heavy, ever-present twin energy? Bitch, is that the conditions that you suffer from, no matter what they are, is because there is an overbloated parasite, a goddamn galactically sized tick, literally draining you dry for the last 6,000 years. They made a break and they took a breath to get a good gulp. Uninterrupted megalomaniacal lunacy imposed on the whole of the human population. And you be perpetually confused about what you must do to end your suffering. Perpetually confused. Perpetually confused about what it is you must do to end your suffering. You know what I'm saying? Now, this was supposed to be an intro. It was not supposed to be me going off on a rampage. I had some shit to talk to y'all about, actually. You understand? And, but I need... Yeah, the twin energy is strong. You and your opposition, the polar opposites presenting in the world at all times. And let me just say something, just so you know, it's not my imagination. This guy occupying the White House right now, as the peak personification of the sun gone rogue in what we call yang, the exuberant yang or utmost yang, where there's no yin present. This is high noon in the desert. Do you understand? This is high noon in the desert. This is your president as the mask through which empire is presenting itself in the moment. That's all. So y'all be super stuck on, oh my God, everything bad happened because of Trump. First of all, that's the most delusional shit I've ever heard. It's the most kindergartenish understanding of what we are experiencing I have ever heard. It is exhausting. He is just the mask that empire is choosing to present in this moment. Do you understand? And at the end of the day, if you can get past that, if you can get past the mask that they have deliberately presented themselves in as a distraction to what it is they have planned for you. Those of you who are tuning in via IG, my IG is about to go off in like 23 seconds. I will bring it back up, or you can join me on my YouTube channel, which is @ Daughter of the Fates, FATES, Fates plural, Daughter of the Fates. But this is about to shut off in about a half a second. I'm gonna bring it back up, and then I will commence to to raging. Okay. So yeah, that's about to happen right now, as a matter of fact. I didn't have the opportunity to clean shit. I've been working since I hit the floor. So as soon as I get up off of here, I can straighten up. You know what I'm saying? Back there. I'm talking to you.
Okay, so
I'm
Trump's
talking to you.
Justice Department,
I haven't done
according to the
anything since
Guardian,
you called.
just
So
issued a directive
as
to
soon as I get
strip
done.
naturalized Americans of citizenship for criminal.
And if you want to move some things around back there to get comfortable, that's fine too. But I won't be able to do it until I get up off of here. Yeah. So that is my first appeal to you guys, is to baby, just the first thing and the easiest thing that you can do, the absolute easiest thing that you can do, even if it's just for these 9 days that I'm talking to you about, from today until the 9th. It is a discipline, but it is not one that should be hard. The easiest thing that you can do, if you can't do anything else, is to stage a contest with the patriarch that lives in your fucking brain. Do you understand what I'm saying? Just every time some fucked up thought comes in your head, some saboteur kind of behavior emerges in your head, just stage right there in that moment a contest with the patriarch, occupying space in your head that they didn't pay you for. They ain't paid for that. You feel me? So this 9 days, like, be deliberate. Isn't not only deliberate. This period it's just so radical, and I've been trying for 5 years to find the words or the expressions to communicate just how overwhelmingly extraordinary this period is, and how extraordinarily fortunate we are to live in this moment. We are fortunate. We are coming to know ourselves. We are coming face to face with our true nature and why we are here. This is what this specific moment in history has allowed for us to do. If we can chisel away our fucking conditioning. The shit is deep, I know. The shit is hard and feels burdensome sometimes, I know. But baby, if the feeling that you have, and I recognize I give so much space. I was on 3 phone calls yesterday listening to people lament and woe about the period and the time and the fear and the things. You feel me? I get it. But if you know that this is what your enemy thrives on, if I can tell you that I have been watching all of these economists talk for 2 years about how it's been so easy to monetize your emotions, specifically fear and rage, where rage bait alone done generated $88 billion last year in the United States alone. How they done monetized your fear. Then it means if it's that powerful that it can win them $88 billion, bitch, how can you make use of your own energy in your own favor for your own benefit at somebody else's expense? They have to go. So you have to use your energy for your benefit at somebody else's expense. Whose expense is that going to be at? The motherfuckers who have held your brain captive for forever. that when you seize ownership of your skull, when you seize ownership of your heart, when you seize ownership of your fucking nervous system, do you think that the reason that I've been talking to y'all for 2 weeks about the vagus nerve and about your nervous system and about your endocrine gland is just to teach you something cute and scientific for your individual life? No, it is to always reaffirm that you are perfect, that you were born perfect with a perfect instrument that is always rallying on your behalf. Your flesh is saying all the time, like, bitch, I'm trying to save your life. That's the only reason I'm here, is to secure enough space in the material world for you to be able to enjoy the material world. That's the only reason your flesh exists, is to secure you, them harmoniously, your soul, your spirit, and your flesh. Your flesh is your armor. Your flesh is your divine instrument. Your flesh is always serving you. Your flesh is never your enemy. Never. No matter, I don't give a fuck how many doctors then diagnosed you with all the shit. They are lying. They are lying. What they have diagnosed as an inherent weakness of your flesh, an inherent weakness of your genetics, an inherent weakness of your family line and shit, child, is a spell they are casting. Your flesh is always perfect. Your flesh is always perfect. Your flesh is always perfect. So when you feel something uncomfortable in your flesh, when you feel pain, when you feel discomfort, when your joints start aching or your belly start hurting or you get a tumor or whatever the fuck, your flesh is still not your enemy, boo. Your flesh is trying to communicate something to you in these expressions that you have been ignoring. You have been ignoring. It may start out with chronic headaches and you say that's just my norm. And so you take pills and you take pills and you take pills and you take pills. And the headache is trying to talk to you, to alert you that there is something off that need be addressed. And if you don't have the language to understand this expression that your flesh is trying to communicate to you, you will believe what your Jesus told you, child. You'll believe what your Bible told you, that you was born dead. Isn't that what Jesus said? You are born dead until you know me. You are born flawed. Why are you born flawed? Because your mama is filthy. Why is your mama filthy? Because she betrayed humanity. How she betrayed humanity? By eating the motherfucking apple when God told her not to. And for this betrayal against the word of God in the very beginning, that she and her offspring must forever suffer. This is your dues to pay, suffering. This is the debt that you pay, suffering, despair, longing, heartbreak, betrayal. Child, this is not your mother's doing. This is not your mama's doing. This is not your mother's doing. This is the machinations of the son gone rogue, who in turn gives birth to his malignant ass father. How does he give birth to his father? Because he is so cut away. He is so dissected from source, from himself, from his mother, that the only thing that he can do is create an overbloated mechanization of himself in his own head and spill that shit out on the fucking world. I'm trying to tell y'all something right now, man. Your flesh is here to do nothing but secure your life while you live an ecstatic experience in it. That's it. That's your assignment. That's your assignment. But I'm going to tell you, you cannot be exploited if you're living in this world always looking for the next pleasurable moment. That's why they had to criminalize sex. That's why they had to criminalize love. That's why they had to make love synonymous with suffering. Make love. What's the song? What's the song? Hold on. Joy and pain. It's like sunshine and teaching you that pain in love is inevitable. It's what you should expect. Why should you expect that? Because isn't this what your infancy told you? Isn't this what your toddler years told you? Because your parents, too, victimized by the conditioning of Abrahamic religions, so terrified of betraying. Doesn't your Bible tell you that? The Old Testament, because my daddy used to preach it to me every time he pulled out the razor strap to beat my ass. This gonna hurt me more than it hurts you. And I believed him. I could see the distress in my father's eyes when it came to, quote, beat his daughter's ass, because his fucking Bible told him you do not love your children if you do not beat them. You don't love your children if you don't beat them. That's what your Bible say. Spare the rod, spoil the child. That if you love them, you will, quote, direct them through stern discipline. What did we say the word discipline means etymologically? The heavy-handed, stern punishment intended to straighten. The harsh punishment intended to straighten. Chat. When I tell you that the evidence of the son gone rogue, hatred of the mother is everywhere, the stern discipline required to straighten, the harsh punishment required to straighten. Hell, his ass even hate the circle. His ass even hate the circle. His ass hate the spiral. His ass hate everything that his mother represents and automatically emerges in the world in direct opposition to that. Even in the language, even in the myths, even in the way you pray, even in the way you make love or you think you're making love. I have been working for some time. I ain't ready to present it yet, but it's a workshop that I'm going to teach. I've been obsessing about it for some time because I had to come face to face with my own like sexual peculiarities. I was always questioning like where do my kinks come from? Like why is it that I desire what I desire or I am most turned on by my kinks, right? And I was like, fuck, that's some hard shit to ask yourself. That's some y'all. I'm just telling you this the shit I be walking through. And so I'm sitting here thinking about all the things that I've learned in psychology, that I've learned in medical school, that I've learned in Western medicine, that I've learned in Eastern philosophy, all of that I've learned politically about human sexuality and how it emerges. And I was like, God damn, I'm sitting here literally. I spent one day in the mirror doing my hair, thinking about the PowerPoints, the big bullet points that are going to make up this workshop that I want to teach, that I have entitled already. What would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? What would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? Would your kinks be your kinks? And I'm gonna tell you, 99.9% of the time, absolutely not. Because we do not understand what true pleasure in our flesh feels like. We have no frame of reference. We don't have a frame of reference for what true ecstasy, for what true pleasure looks like in our bodies, because every last one of our consciousnesses, every last one of us, absolutely, even from the wealthiest to the poorest, every last one of our consciousness has been cut and crafted in a world completely steeped in oppression. We don't know what non-oppression looks like. Where they got that at? Where does that exist? Where they got that at? Where they got that at? Where they got one country, one square mile of land on the whole of the planet where oppression does not exist, where exploitation does not exist, where sovereignty and safety reign supreme. Where they got that at? Where y'all talking about globe trotting to escape the inevitable? Where that at? Where that place is? Because I'll go with you. I will rescind my statement and I will pack my bags and I will come with y'all. Where is that at? Where does that exist? And so whether it's, quote, what would human sexuality look like in a world without oppression? Or can you even define, can you even imagine in your mind's eye what perfect sovereignty looks like? I'm not talking about national sovereignty either. I'm talking about independent, absolute sovereignty within the comfort and the love of the whole. Can you be a completely sovereign entity in your own personal universe? And in that, and respecting that, respect the sovereignty of every other individual on earth, knowing and believing that you still are all one. That I can be exactly who I say I am. I can do exactly what the fuck I want to do, as long as what I want to do does not encroach upon the sovereignty of others. Can you even? And the thing is all of them same dystopian movies I was talking about earlier. Isn't it interesting that just as many dystopian movies that have existed since 1914, they got about just as many movies that try to win you away from the idea that perfection, quote, that a utopia can exist. that to long for perfection is lunacy, that we require and desire some level of pain and suffering. That shit is prolific. Remember the scene in the Matrix where what's his name? Mr. Smith is talking to Morpheus. They done yoked up Morpheus. And he's like, look, man, he's like, look, I want to be out of here too. But I can't be out of here without getting the codes to Zion. You feel me? And he's like, I'm just ready to be the fuck up out of here because I hate humans. I hate humans. Y'all are gross. You make me sick. You stench. He going in. He is mad. He got a whole ass he got a whole ass attitude, right? And he said, you know, this isn't the first Matrix. He said, we done did this shit about 30, 40 times. I forget how many times he said that 30, 40 times. We done did this shit. And he said every time the shit just crashed. Y'all sabotaged the shit. And then we began to realize that we were trying in your dream state to create a perfect, harmonious utopia. And he said, you motherfuckers are so malignant. Y'all are so broken. Y'all could not accept perfection. He said that shit. I said, what the fuck? He said it. You could not accept perfection. You could not accept perfection. Child, this is a spell that has been cast on you. One, to ensure that you never remember what perfection feels like in your fucking body. Because your body remembers even if your consciousness don't. Because you done let this patriarch literally gentrify your whole skull, child. Your whole skull has been gentrified. Has been gentrified. You feel me? And so your cells are constantly trying to make a break, baby, trying to identify the cracks where they can break through, trying to find the key to unlock your giant. And that motherfucker done seized all the goddamn territory in your head. Your ass, it it is impossible for you to come to right conclusion because while your blood and your heart and your cells is constantly trying to do what your perfect flesh does, which is defend you, which is protect you, which is secure you, your brain, child, is constantly staging a war with your perfect flesh. Ain't that about a bitch? Ain't that about a bitch? The malignant, listen, the malignant, fictitious motherfucker who done held all the territory in your brain hostage, staging an outright aggression against your very perfect flesh. This is not my opinion. Now, if you need me to break that shit down scientifically for you, I can speak scientific language if what I'm saying sounds too esoteric for you or too ooga booga-ish for you. Do y'all need me to do that? Y'all need me to speak science tongue for y'all real quick? Your flesh is perpetually rallying on your behalf. Mm-hmm. Perpetually, all the time, all the time, all the time. Your flesh knows before you even have the time to create a conscious thought that you are in danger, that something is plotting against you. Your flesh knows what is the equivalent literally of light years before you do. That's the 6 to 9 foot radius, EMF radius generating out of your forever beating heart. Your synaptic activity in your heart generated by your SA nodes. Not only generated by your SA nodes, why do you call it gut feeling? I just have a gut feeling. It's my intuition. Okay, that's a nice way to explain that. But what you're explaining esoterically is biochemical. What you were explaining when you talk about your gut feeling, when you talk about your intuition, when you talk about your instincts and shit, is biochemical. It is your heart working in perfect synchronistic nerve, your vagus nerve, the great wanderer, which is the only nerve in the entire body that passes through all of your major organs and then spans out like a great galactic fan over your entire intestines. This is why you call it your gut feeling, why you get, quote, butterflies in your stomach. You understand? It is your vagus nerve in perfect synchronistic harmony with your heart that is always surveying your terrain 6 to 9 feet out from you to protect you from those things that you cannot see with your conscious eye. It is your internal senses that are always surveying your terrain, informing your hypothalamus, then informing your pituitary gland and your pineal gland to alert the rest of the orchestra. Yo, we need to pump some adrenaline in here because this bitch might need to run. You feel me? Like, she don't see it yet, but we peep the technique. She don't see it yet. She ain't seen the motherfucker that's been following her for 3 blocks. So we gonna need to go ahead and pump a little bit of extra adrenaline up into the system to make sure she got enough energy and she got enough muscular what's the word I want to like what's the word I want to use, like fuck uh muscular fortitude to run harder than she would normally be able to. You feel me? You feel how you be winded? You just jog for a block and your ass winded. You feel like you about to die. What is it that adrenaline does? It makes you superhuman, if you want me to be truthful about it. It makes you superhuman. The way that it does that is this beautiful orchestra called your endocrine system. It is always surveying your terrain, child. The endocrine system is informing your sympathetic and parasympathetic nervous system. Can we chill right now? Parasympathetic nervous system. Do we need to prepare to do battle? Sympathetic nervous system. So I'm always telling you, it is a multiplicity of languages communicating the same thing. It is. I am so grateful, probably for this more than anything, is that this life has allowed for me, without me planning, it wasn't me plotting and scheming, it was just the way my life unfolded for this moment, for me to be able to see, not only see, comprehend, understand, and communicate the same idea in a multitude of ways so that it demystifies what has been deliberately hidden from us. Let me tell you something. When I went to medical school, I was an atheist. When I started medical school, I was an atheist. And I still had the same language. I was like, look, I used to tell the party all the time, the reason I'm up in this damn school and I'm one of only 5 Black people in the entire school, the reason I endure this shit every day, the reason I'm working like a slave every day is because I am exhausted on the so-called scientific world, perpetually blaming the state of poor people, of people of color's health on some inherent weakness in our skin, some inherent weakness in Blackness, some inherent weakness in brownness, some inherent weakness in redness. Well, Black people are 10 times more likely to die of this disease, 7 times more likely to get amputated, 5 times more likely to die of a heart. The underlying language in that is that you are inherently flawed. And I was like, I reject that shit. So what is it that we're looking at? Scientifically, what is it that we are witnessing when we hear these terrible statistics about, quote, the inherent flaw of our Blackness, the inherent flaw of being poor, the inherent weakness that they always try to blame on, quote, ignorance. Well, if they just had the opportunity to go to college, then they would have better health. And every single study I read in the 10 years that I was in medical school said otherwise. And they know better. It's not just some flaw of the scientific method. It's not. Everything that happens on this planet, while patriarchal, malignant, parasitic capitalism exists, benefits that institution at everyone on the planet's expense. Everything that exists is methodical. Your poor health is deliberate. I'm just trying to tell you. I'm just trying to tell you. Your ignorance is a plan and a strategy well executed to mathematical precision. You think because it has been used as a bludgeon to beat you over the head with that you just didn't pay attention in school. So that's why you ignorant. That's why you ain't too smart. Is because you just didn't pay attention to them teachers. You just didn't go to college. I'm telling you, those of you who feel like you are inherently like not smart, baby, Big yourself up because you are the victim of a mathematically precise, strategic plan to ensure a very certain outcome that benefits someone at your expense. You hear what I'm telling you? I remember being on a book study that I led, a Zoom conference that I led. And one of the things that I do in this book club is that I because I don't that's the whole purpose of the book club. Y'all be up on here and all y'all can do is hear me talk for an hour or 3 hours or 5 hours or 10 hours. You feel me? But the purpose of the book club is to open up an opportunity for us to talk, to communicate, to participate. This is how I was trained. This is how I teach. The sharpening of iron requires that we come into a space together and we all on the same page in terms of what we've read, and what you see I might have missed, and what I see you might have missed, and this is how we deconstruct and demystify and reveal what is hidden. Do you understand what I'm saying? So I'm leading these book clubs. The last book club that I led, I'm supposed to be starting that stuff again this month, but we shall see how that work out. But the last book that I was initiating the book study, the book club group with was maybe a little over a year ago, maybe a year and a half ago, was the book Pure Lust. And with that book was really difficult to read. That book was hard for me, who loves to read, and I can admit I'm a little brainy. For me, it was hard to read. So I know there were many people sliding into my inbox or emailing me about the fact that they were having a hard time following, even as I'm reading, following the book because the language was it was really beautiful. Actually, it was really wonderful because in real time she was demonstrating the discomfort that we feel when trying to deconstruct that shit that has been imposed on our brain. So here she is talking in a way that none of us are familiar with, but there was a moment where it was like my resistance just completely cracked open, and it was like, oh my god, this bitch is brilliant. This shit is brilliant. But it took some time. The book in the beginning was hard to read because it was unfamiliar, and there is a natural resistance that we put up when faced with anything that is unfamiliar. And then if we force ourselves to lean into that which is unfamiliar, this is where breakthrough comes from. This is where a giant release. The resistance was, this is not familiar, I'm not reading this shit. You feel me? I'm not I had somebody inbox me and say, listen, when you get done reading that Pure Lust bullshit, then I'll come back on your page. I'm telling you, that shit was uncomfortable. You feel me? But the breakthrough that comes after, it's not just the breakthrough, it is the automatic sense of like relief, like the letting loose of a fucking burden because she just blew your skull right the fuck open and you didn't even know you need the mind blowing. I'm sitting here reading this shit thinking I'm ahead of the curve. I'm ahead of the game out this bitch. I'm a brilliant motherfucker. You feel me? And I read that book to you guys and I felt spanked every time I cracked the spine on that bitch. Every time I cracked that book open, I felt judged. I was like, why she don't know me like that? Why she writing me like that? Like, why she write my life like this? Like, why she put me on blast like this? Like, that book was deep. Listen, I wasn't the only one. There was about 65 women watching me read that book every time I cracked the spine open, and everybody there was like, damn, why I feel like a bitch just punched me in the face. Why I feel like I just got kicked in the chest by a mule. Like, why Mary doing bitches like that? I thought she was supposed to be a gentle feminist and shit. Like, why she out here slaying bitches? Why she calling people out their name? Like, we were all up in here judged. But the reason I had to tell this story is because when I was facilitating the book club, there was a young woman. She is a sweetheart. She is a sweetheart. She had the sweetest disposition. She was shy. She was younger than my youngest child. She was a sweetheart, had the sweetest disposition, very soft spoken, but like so excited. She never missed a book club. And in the first book club though, I told, I emailed out what we're going to cover, what we're going to read. I asked some prompt questions, and then my requirement for anybody participating in the book club as evidence that you read what we're going to be discussing is that you have to formulate a minimum of 1 question and optimally 3 questions to present to the group for us to discuss, right? And so as a part of that, which I had not warned people about before, I would require different people on the call to read a section of what we were, a paragraph, 2 paragraphs of what we were going to be discussing. And when I called on this young sister, I think she was maybe 22, 23 years old. When I called on this sister, she was like, can you pass me? I was like, no, I can't pass you. Everybody on here going, no, everybody going to read. And she was like, well, I don't read too good. I was like, that's okay. I said, girl, you want to say that ain't nobody going to judge you? Take all the time you need. But we all going to read. She's like, do I have to? I was like, baby, I'm not trying to shame you. I said, so if you want me to skip you, that's okay. I said, but I can tell you that the first time I read a book from cover to cover, an entire book, I was 24 years old. I hated reading. I was a horrible student. I shouldn't have graduated high school. That you can't tell me I shouldn't have graduated high school. You feel me? I was a terrible student. I suffered my first 3 years in college. I quit multiple times before finally deciding at 30 to go to medical school. So I understand. I understand what you are experiencing, but the only remedy to that, not reading so good, the only remedy is to read out loud. The only remedy to that is to hear yourself read so you get into a rhythm of what it sounds like out loud. It's different when you read in your head. It is. The only remedy to that is to hear yourself often read out loud. What better space to do that in a space where there's no one but women right now, you feel me, who are not going to judge you, but help you if you need it and allow you to take all the time that you need unjudged in this space to help you become your best you, whatever you say that is. You understand? And we had and so we were doing those book clubs for some time in our walk through pure lust. Then I took a break. I took a long break because somebody pissed me off in the book club. And I was like, you know what? This is my time. I ain't got to do this shit. I just do my live and be done with it. I was wrong, but I had a whole attitude. And I was like, you know what? Bump this. And so when I started thinking about the book club again, this is when I started talking to you guys about the conspiracy to right all wrongs. And we did, excuse me, my lips are crazy dry. And we did a Zoom call, actually a couple of Zoom calls to discuss what our response was going to be. For those of you who are new or don't know what I'm talking about, we were actually presently engaged in a global ritual to, quote, right all wrongs. And we started the conspiracy to right all wrongs on May 20th, as it was the 1700th anniversary of the First Council of Nicaea, which for all intents and purposes is what gave rise to the birth of the Roman Catholic Church. And so the Council of Nicaea lasted from May 20th, 325 AD, to August 25th, 325 AD. And so we decided that we were going to cast an opposing conspiracy to this institution, most prevalently, at least most overtly, that has reigned holy hell on human beings uninterrupted for 1700 years. So we're talking in this live in this Zoom about what this is going to look like, what we going to do, what we going to set off. Like we were being real strategic too. Like, do we need to consider latitudinal and longitudinal lines? Like we were going in. These meetings were crazy. And this sister that I'm telling you about, who was very, 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 very timid, very shy, extremely soft-spoken at the beginning of this book club. Child, she was like a whole new person in these Zooms. These Zooms we did in March and April in preparation for May. And she was like a whole different human being. Her audacity, her little attitude, I was like, yes, that's what the fuck I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about. I am talking all the time about the letting loose of the motherfucking giant who has been perpetually begging to be let loose. And I could see that shit in real time. Even what she talked about in that meeting that we had about the Catholic Church and all of this shit. And she was telling me she just started writing raps. She's just started recording in a studio. And she went real deep about what she was talking about. And I was like, yes, all those things. All those things. Those things, when I'm telling you guys to live and present in the world with a level of audacity unmatched, I mean that shit. I mean that shit, y'all. I really mean that. I mean, yes, discomfort, dis-ease, people clutching pearls, all those things, all those things. All those if people ain't clutching pearls when you walk in the space, bitch, you ain't doing your job. Your giant ain't let loose here. Your giant ain't let loose here. If people are not gasping when you walk into a space, you have not done your job. You have not. If people are not perpetually staring to the point that they about to trip over some shit when you have entered into the room, you have not let your giant loose. You have not let your giant loose. The cage still closed on his ass, baby. The cage still closed. You got work to do. You got work to do. And so let me see. We had an hour and 35 minutes and shit. Let me see. There were several things that came through for me today that I wanted to discuss with you, especially since we are 4 days from the 4th. Okay, I want to reiterate again, though it is my position that they are going to try to boss up a checkmate move on July 4th. I'm still convinced it's July 4th. But it may very well be July 7th, which is when Uranus enters Gemini. And according to, I forget who it was that told us yesterday, day before that. I don't remember how long ago it's been. But also that same day, Lilith enters Mercury. Come on in the room. And also that day is the notorious annual 7-7 portal, now powered up by a trillion, because Uranus entering Gemini is the last of the 5 planets that have, for the first time in known human history, where all 5 planets are changing at the same time in the same degrees in different planets. Not only that, of the 5, 4 of the 5 are shifting into either air signs or fire signs. There's only one that is shifted into a water sign. This shit is magnanimous. So no slow motion, no methodical planning. Bitch, you should have been planning. That's what you had 2 years of COVID for. You should have been planning. You should have been doing all your relaxing then, all your little secret meditation then, all your little mantras then, because this shit is requiring you to be like fire, bitch. Not only be like fire that has been emboldened by air, super combustive, super noise making, super destructive, super explosive. That is the requirement as we have transitioned into the sign, into the element of the heart, into the element of the heart. And that's that as we enter into the sign of Leo, coming right up on us real quick, like, you understand? What is Leo? What is Leo most defined by? Above anything else, when you think of Leo the lion, what is he most defined by? Somebody in the comments, tell me. There's no wrong answer. Just tell me what you think right off the dome. What is he most defined by? That's a good one, Claudia Ankara. But there is a specific, yes, Java Watson. That's the word I was looking for. Audacity is great, Claudia Ankara. But even more than that, it is courage. A Leo in balance. It is courage. That's what he is most defined by. Is courage. Is courageous, radical action. That is what he is defined by. That's why. Has anybody ever wondered why? I'm going to assume, and you can correct me if I'm wrong in the comment section, but I'm going to assume the majority of you are familiar with Black August and like how that came to be. It started here in California. Black August. Anybody familiar with Black August, or do I need to do a little mini history lesson? I'll wait for answers. hands up or whatever. If you need me to do a little mini history lesson, okay, mini history lesson. Okay, cool. So Black August was founded. It was a prison. It is. It still maintains as its primary premise a prison movement. This prison movement came as a consequence of the assassination of George Jackson. George Jackson was a member of the Black Panther Party who had been arrested supposedly for stealing $5 from a convenience store. He was given 20 or 30 years in prison for, quote, stealing $5 from a convenience store. And he was a member of the Black Panther Party at the time that the Black Panther Party had been targeted by COINTELPRO. And so he ends up in San Quentin. And his time in San Quentin was very brief and very brutal. His brother, his younger brother, his 18-year-old brother, Jonathan Jackson. So it was George Jackson that was locked up. Jonathan Jackson was responsible for it's some gangster shit, by the way. Like, so y'all will forgive my seeming frustration every time I get up on here, especially with these Hollywood style goddamn demonstrations, because my frame of reference is straight up G shit. It's straight up gangster shit. Jonathan Jackson, at the age of 18 years old, with two friends, went into the Marion County courthouse with shotguns, held the judge hostage, the bailiff hostage, demanding that his brother George Jackson be immediately released from prison. And ain't nobody getting out of here alive until my brother get the fuck up out of prison. So Google that. Google the images. It was so gangster, right? And in order to save face, because that's what the government was notorious for doing at that time. They didn't care who the collateral damage was. When they entered, they had a van. They had a getaway van outside the courthouse. And so they had the judge. There's images. Google the images of the mayor. What's it called? The Marion County Courthouse incident or something like that, or just Google Jonathan Jackson and Marion County Courthouse. So John Jackson and his two homies, they basically take, I think, 3 or 4 hostages. It was a bailiff, it was the stenographer, it was the judge, and somebody else that they took hostage. So they ran outside the courthouse, piled everybody into the van, and the word from the governor was like, kill everybody. Kill everybody. So when the police surrounded the van, there was no attempting to, quote, negotiate for the hostages. Everybody was dead. Everybody was dead. The judge, the bailiff, the stenographer, the other motherfucker, and the three brothers. Right? After the Marion County courthouse incident, the aggressions against George Jackson in the prison increased. And I think it was maybe 2 weeks after the Marion County incident, George Jackson was killed by prison guards in San Quentin Penitentiary. This became the basis for the Black August movement, because after George Jackson was killed, and he was an organizer, he was in the Black Panther Party, so he wasn't just up in the prison chilling, he was up in the prison organizing. And even though these men were incarcerated, it was really wild, y'all. Word of the work that he was doing and then his subsequent assassination in the prison spread like fucking wildfire through the prisons in the United States. So a couple of weeks after George Jackson was killed in the prison was the what was it called? Oh, it was the, oh my god, it's right on the tip of my tongue. In the East Coast. This happened in California. There was a huge prison rebellion on the East Coast near DC. What was it called? Ooh, I'm terrible. But y'all know, y'all see in real time how my brain be playing games on. But anyway, there was a huge prison revolt in one of these big prisons in on the East Coast. Once word spread through the prisons, child, that George Jackson had been killed by the prison guards. And this was to date, the largest prison rebellion in the history of the country. And it had already been boiling. There's whole documentaries about it and everything. Who was the governor at the time? Somebody really, really big. Oh man. But they said, even the prison guards, so like the prisoners rebelled. They didn't just rebel, y'all. They said the white prisoners, the black prisoners, the Mexican prisoners formed a union to stage this rebellion. Like they plotted and schemed to plan this rebellion because the conditions had already been terrible, like terrible, terrible. The prisoners were being given moldy food. There was no climate control. Like it was crazy, right? And so the prisoners had already been like trying to figure out how they were going to get some justice inside the prison for the terrible treatment that they had been receiving. Word spread through the fucking country about George Jackson being killed by the prison guards. And they were like, this is the moment. This is the time. And so they staged a rebellion. They took about 20 prison guards. They took about 20 guards hostage and closed down the prison. Nobody could get in or out. And oh yeah, thank you, Java Watson. Goddamn. So Ronald Reagan was the governor at the time. And so what happened was, but it was somebody on the East Coast because they were like, we aren't negotiating with these inmates. Even though they were getting word, they were receiving word from the prison guards that they were being treated really well, that there had been no harm to them, whatever. He said, one of the prison guards on the documentary is seen being said, yeah, mostly they just in here singing and talking and playing cards and shit. This is the prison guard. And so but the local authorities were like, we're not going to negotiate with them. And so one day all the prisoners were out on the yard with the prison guards that they were holding hostage. And whoever it was, I don't think it was Ronald Reagan. I think it was somebody else. But they basically ordered an aerial assault. Basically an assault from helicopters flying over the yard while these inmates were out on the yard. And I forget how many people they said they opened fire on the yard. Prison guards died, inmates died. Like it was a whole ass thing. This became the foundation of the Black August movement. And so in the beginning, when the Black August movement happened, what people were calling on in support of the remaining political prisoners that are being held hostage in this country. Contrary to popular belief, the United States of America right now today has more political prisoners held hostage in these goddamn prisons than any country on earth. No country on the planet has more political prisoners, like identified political prisoners, than the United States. The great majority of them are political prisoners from the multiplicity of rebellions in the 1950s, 60s, and 70s. These are Native people, these are Black people, and these are brown people. As a matter of fact, Leonard Peltier was just released, oddly enough, by the Trump administration. Leonard Peltier was pardoned by Donald Trump at the beginning of his presidency. And Leonard Peltier had served 47 years Native American. He was one of the founders of the American Indian movement. And he had been sentenced to 47 years in prison. And the great majority of his time in prison was in solitary confinement. Though even according to the United States rules on cruel and unusual punishment, that it is, quote, against the law to hold any inmate in solitary confinement for more than 6 weeks. The majority of his 47 years in prison was spent in solitary confinement because he too was organizing in the prison. Same way with Mutulu Shakur, who just transitioned last year. He literally transitioned a year after being released from prison, and he too had been in prison for some 40-something years, 42 years. This was Tupac Shakur's stepfather, Mutulu Shakur. Was released from prison because he had cancer, and that's what they do. It's not just him. Over the last maybe 5 years, there have been a multiplicity of long held captive political prisoners, and they'll let the political prisoners go when they know they on the brink, and literally within a year. Fortunately, Leonard Peltier is still living, but like Mutulu Shakur didn't even make a year out of captivity. There were several in Atlanta who within 6 months, a year of being released, transitioned. So that's their modus operandi, really. But anyway, so the Black August movement had become a way for people to support, to keep always in the consciousness of America that there are still these brothers and sisters throughout the country who have been held hostage since the 50s, since the 60s, since the 70s, under the auspice of, quote, being threats to the United States when they were literally young people. 18. I think the youngest member of the Black Panther Party when he died was 16 years old. Bobby Hutton, right here in California, was 16 years old when he was murdered by the fucking police. And so these were young people who were taken to the streets trying to, create something new. And they have been held hostage up in these wicked ass institutions. And so one of the things that the Black August movement had always asked was for people to take on, because they have a whole, you can Google Black August. It might just be blackaugust.com. If not there, you can go to like jericho.com. These are the political prisoner organizations. And see the detailed, requirements that people were engaged in to honor Black August. And one of those was to do a 30-day fast, was to fast, because that's how the inmates started staging their opposition, was to do political fast in honor of Black August. So that's a super, super condensed history of the Black August movement itself. These events happened in August, but the kind of collectively engulfing a lot of other events that happened in August. Okay. Now, of course, because most people who are, quote, Black nationalist or Black socialist or whatever the fuck, they don't ever consider the, quote, astrological, numerological, astronomical, spiritual implications of why so many of these events just happen to happen in August. And so all the years that I was in the African People's Socialist Party, it never occurred to me, because I didn't pay attention to astrology. It never occurred to me, why were some of these most magnanimous events in human history, they always jumped off in August? Because August is the sign of the great divine, the sun, the Leo, the majestic, the great majestic of the entire zodiacal family. He is defined by courage because he is the monarch of the solar system. He enlightens, he emboldens, he illuminates, he makes seen shit that has not been seen. What are we always saying about about Pluto? Is that the only way that she can wreak the havoc that she wreaks is because she comes on the scene to lay bare that which has been hidden, to unveil those mysteries kept from you, for Attica. Oh my God, that was going to drive me crazy. Girl, thank you. Yes, it was the Attica Rebellion. When I tell you these things that just used to roll off my tongue like water, and me trying to retrieve them, child, listen. Y'all can see, I know y'all can see me struggling in real time. I just love how y'all be filling in my blanks for me so I don't leave this bitch frustrated. Yes, the Attica Rebellions. So there's plenty of documentaries about that if you want to check that out. Powerful, powerful. I have dog tags that I have made, infamous pictures of the Attica Rebellions on dog tags. It's a really extraordinary story. Anyway, what I was saying is in these super political spaces, in these super stringent, we're just political scientists, dialectical materialists, they miss so much. Because even in the discussion about Black August, and I was in the party 15 years, there was never a discussion about why so many magnanimous events, not just events, so many giants among us were born in the month of August. Why so many people born in August just, quote, are naturally inclined to be shit starters, revolutionaries, what do you call it? Like innovators, step outside the norm audaciously. Like, fuck it, I'm the one. Like, even if I fuck up, guess what, bitch? I'm still the one. Like, that's their claim to fame, is that courage and that audacity, if not checked regularly, can end up being what? Egomania. You feel me? Like extraordinary arrogance. Isn't that what they're guilty of? At least charged with, is their arrogance. They need that arrogance, baby. They need that audacity. They even need the egomania. The problem is that they have not been shown a way to healthfully channel and direct that shit. You feel me? So when you don't have an outlet for an exuberance of energy, like Leos, like Aries, like Sagittarius, that we always give a hard time to these fire signs because they be with that bullshit. They be with that bullshit. But the reason that they be with that bullshit is because they do not have healthy, extraordinary, exuberant outlets to execute that shit, to focus that shit, to channel that shit. In a world that has been deliberately made malignant with bullshit and ass noise and illusions. Rockefeller, thank you so much, girl. That shit was gonna drive me crazy. I was like, it's a big motherfucker. It's a big name, motherfucker. He was the goddamn governor at the time. He was the goddamn governor at the time that executed that hit on men who were just saying, like, damn, can we get some motherfucking AC when it's 1,000 degrees in this bitch? Like, can y'all not feed us moldy food and shit? Executed a hit on a whole yard full of men. They weren't even trying to break out the shit. It was like, damn, like, if we got to be up in here, fine, but like, can we get the absolute bare minimum at least? Child had them motherfuckers open fire on them. It's a documentary everyone should see, because I think even as I'm talking about the Leos, this connects. I think the frustration that young people are experiencing, the frustration, the fucking undirected rage that young people are constantly like lashing out and all of that shit is tied to the fact that they have been completely severed from a history that would embolden them, that would invigorate them, that would give them bigger ideas than what's been presented to them. I know it did me. My whole goddamn world was instantly changed at 24 years old. When I tell you instantly, the first meeting I ever went to, it was like an explosive went off in my head. It was like every fucking cobweb was instantly cleared from my fucking sight. And I never looked back. 15 years in that organization. You understand? And the feeling that I felt all the time for like the first 5 years that I was in that organization, the overwhelming feeling, even as I was excited about the party, even as I was excited about all the learning and all the shit and all the things, the overwhelming feeling that I had more often than anything those first 5 years in the party was fucking unbridled rage. It was rage. It was, and when I tell you it was a kind of rage that was eating me alive, I felt like, I mean, y'all know how it feels. We all have experienced it in one way or another, but this shit was like magnanimous. It was like, God damn, you mean everything I ever learned, everything I ever believed, everything everybody grown up ever said to me was a bodacious and outright lie? Like, I really have to relearn the whole world? And I became more and more frustrated and more enraged, because even though we were doing political educations 3 days a week, 2 hours a day, plus Sunday mass meeting for 4 hours, there was so much information coming into my skull. And the frustration was, damn, it don't matter if we read 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, we ain't never gonna catch up with these motherfuckers. That was the feeling. It felt like overwhelm. It felt like this shit is too big. Even though I loved the work, even though I believed in what I was doing, there was always this other thing that was like, this shit is so long standing. This shit is so big. This shit is so overwhelming. We ain't never gonna win. We can do all the fighting in the world. We never gonna win. That's what it felt like. That's what it felt like. So between rage and frustration, that defined my life from the age of 24 to the time I turned 30. And the only thing that began to allow that shit to kind of become something productive for me, because the party did not do that. Child, I love the party, but I stayed in a constant state of rage. It was like insane rage. That's all I felt. That's all I felt. That's all I felt. And it wasn't until I went to medical school at the age of 30 that the shit began to become something that was not overwhelming. I'm telling you, like, I didn't even contemplate God again until I went to medical school. It was my 3rd year medical school that I actually started contemplating, like, maybe I should, you know, rethink my position on like spirits and God and shit. That was in a medical. That was in medical school. That was, as a matter of fact, the woman I was telling you guys about, my mentor in my undergraduate program, Dr. Light Miller. She transitioned during COVID at the age of like 87, I think she was. but she was a custodian of the traditional practice of Ayurveda that had been rescued by a 15 generation line of practitioners who saved the medicine when the British were literally executing doctors who were practicing Ayurveda. And so it was in her program, it was under her tutelage, if you will, that I started to seriously reconsider. I was still in the party. I mean, I was in the party until the year before I graduated my medical school program. So, like, I was still in the party the first 8 years that I was in medical school. And but I learned so much throughout the entire 10 years of medical school, but that her program, more than anything in that 10 years, child, fucking shaped me like she took a fucking raw lump of clay and crafted that bitch in her own image. I'm telling you, her classes, she was too many things. She was a gangster. She was a gangster. She was already way old when I started mentoring under her. She was already way old. And baby, when I tell you she was a rebel, whew. Anyway, the Black August thing. I mentioned the party because, and that was always the beef that I had, because even after I left the party, I still hired myself out to different Afrocentric, Black nationalist, Black political organizations throughout the South and in the Southeast. To either assist with programs, execute like events, whatever. I mean, everywhere. I organized events in Texas. I was living in Florida. I organized an event in Texas from Florida. I organized an event in Oakland from Florida. I organized the first annual Black Power Awards, which was in 2016 in Atlanta. I mean, I was organizing all over the Southeast after I left the party. And I was noticing the same problem in every single organization. Didn't matter what the organization was. They could have an awesome line. They could have awesome programs on the ground, but so few of them gave the kind of importance to spirituality, spiritual life that emboldens the political work, a spiritual life, a spiritual ideology. It could even be cultural. Can you just do some cultural shit that emboldens political life? And it was lacking in a lot of ways. And the extreme opposite was the case when I became a devotee of Ifa. When I became a devotee of Ifa as a revolutionary, as a Black nationalist, as a political activist, when I finally made the leap, which was a hard leap, y'all. I was a scientist. You feel me? I was a socialist. I was a dialectical materialist. I was an atheist. I wasn't trying to hear shit if it was not based in science. Problem was, my idea of science was very narrow and very linear and very Western in its understanding and execution. And I became a devotee of Ifa, let's see, in 2012. No, because I got married in 2008. So 2009 was when I started entertaining the idea of becoming a devotee. Started taking Orisha study classes and all of that stuff. Trying to make the breakthrough through all this witchy shit that was crazy uncomfortable for me, the scientist. Right? My little child, my little patriarch in my head was staging a goddamn contest every other day. Every other day. So anyway, when I became a devotee, several years into that process, I decided that I was going to move for a short period of time onto Oyotunji African Village in South Carolina. So Oyotunji was founded in 1972, and it was a response. Actually, it began as a response to the counterinsurgency. Yes, it did. Yes, it did. Most people do not put that forward. But Oyotunji African Village in Beaufort, South Carolina, or Sheldon, South Carolina, began as a collective response to the counterinsurgency. When COINTELPRO started clamping down heavy, I mean, murdering young people in real time, people were scattering, trying to get out of the big people who knew that they were known as activists, as revolutionaries, were scattering throughout the country. Child, I had an old sister when I was in the party tell me that she was in New York, and she was a wealthy woman. Her husband was a doctor, like a surgeon. She was a Black woman, Caribbean, of Caribbean descent. And she lived in New York at the time that COINTELPRO started working with local police authorities and creating these plans to start running through, especially the identified leaders of the Black Panther Party chapters throughout the country, the Black Panther Party, the Black Liberation Army, the Republic of New Africa, many others. There's a whole gang of them. And so in these big cities like Los Angeles, San Diego, San Francisco, Chicago, Detroit, and New York, people were scattering to the four winds. At this time, there were several North African countries. There were several North African countries. There, Vietnam, Cuba, and China had opened their doors for young people who had the ability to escape the United States of America to seek asylum in those countries. Most people don't know that there were many Black Panther Party members, BLA members, who sought asylum in places like China, Vietnam, several North African countries, and Cuba. We all know of Cuba because it was the easiest place to get to, right? But there were several countries at that time that were allowing Black Panther Party members and Black people who were defined as participants in the Black Power movement in the United States of America to seek asylum. And so this was happening. And also a big cornerstone of the counterinsurgency in those early years was agents. Like Black people could get really good jobs being agents for the state. This shit was a cornerstone of how easy it was for these assassinations to happen. Right. And it was always the same modus operandi. Some slick talking nigga would come up into the space with a few little skills, whether it was hand-to-hand combat or whether it was like weapons, training or whatever, and say, like, I got these skills because I used to be in the military or whatever. And that was the thing. Back then, it was not a problem for people, men in particular. My hold on, my IG be playing games with me and shit. It was not a contradiction for people who were as a matter of fact, the Black Panther Party had a gang of brothers and sisters who were ex-military, right? Because it's still kind of a recognition. The circumstances for why young people of color join the military are totally different than those circumstances that would have somebody become a cop, become a sheriff, become a CO. You feel me? Like even right now today in the hood, people be like, listen, these recruiters start bum rushing the schools when you in the 11th grade. You ain't got no good, you ain't got no good grades, nigga. You know what I'm saying? You got C's. Let's get you in this military, get you a good living. You feel me? Get you a good pension, maybe give you a little education. And so a lot of young people not seeing any other opportunity for them to have a decent life, join the military. I come from a military family. My mother's side of the family, actually both sides of my family. My grandfather fought in the Korean War, and my oldest uncle fought in the Vietnam War. So both sides of my family heavy military, and so it was not uncommon. As a matter of fact, the history shit, I love it. Like, I don't talk to y'all about this kind of stuff often, but it's really my bag. So I didn't know until I started getting really into Black history like this, like revolutionary Black history, that y'all remember the boy Charles Manson? And he kept talking about how he wanted to jump off the third war, which he was convinced was going to be a race war, this whole idea of helter-skelter. Do you know that his whole plan in the beginning was to frame members of the Black Panther Party? That was his plan, was to execute a hit on somebody famous and then use language that was, quote, common in the party to frame the Black Power movement for the execution of some wealthy white person. And as a matter of fact, as a consequence of this plan, Geronimo Pratt, that's how Geronimo Pratt got hemmed up. Geronimo Pratt got hemmed up as a suspect in the killing of that woman and her friends. What was the woman's name? The actress's name who was pregnant? Geronimo Pratt was the first person they picked up. And it's so fucked up to me that it's like it's in history books, right? But anytime you see any documentary about it, they'll say, yeah, he thought Helter Skelter was going to be a race war and that his role was to jump off this race war. But they never talk about the fact that it wasn't just an idea, that he had established a plan for these young people to take the blood of the victims and write shit like kill the cops and die pigs die and that kind of shit on the wall, because they, this was supposedly the language that the Black Power movement was using at the time. And Geronimo Pratt was actually the first before the three white girls was picked up. Geronimo Pratt was the first person picked up as a suspect for the killing of this woman and her friends. And it always annoys the fuck out of me. No matter how many documentaries you see about him, they never, ever, ever talk about the fact that Geronimo Pratt, and a decorated a decorated vet who fought in Vietnam, did 2 tours to, quote, serve his country, involuntarily, by the way, the draft, but did 2 tours, decorated officer. Hold on, let me go murder my cats. You can. Anyway, yeah, it's that selective history shit. But anyway, the reason I mentioned him is because this was it was even before the Black Panther movement. I mean, the Black Power movement kicked off, when we were still in the height of the civil rights movement. I love history because there's so much hidden in it that would benefit us. I love it. And so it was maybe the year 2000 when Showtime did it was a movie adaptation of the story of the Deacons for Defense. The movie is called The Deacons for Defense. And the Deacons for Defense was a group of just regular everyday men, church going, law abiding citizens. As a matter of fact, the Deacons for Defense were the predecessors to the Black Panther Party. So we hear about Fannie Lou Hamer in her work to open up voting rights in Mississippi for Black people, and she wanted to create a third party because she knew neither the Democratic nor the Republican Party were there to serve Black people, and so she proposed the name. It was called the Black. I think it was called the Black Panther Party, or the Black. I think it was called the Black Panther Party. I think that's how the Black Panther Party formed their name, was off the work that Fannie Lou Hamer was doing in Mississippi. And or it was, maybe it was another name, but the Black Panther was the logo for the work that she was doing to create a, quote, third party. But even before her was the Deacons for Defense in Mississippi. These were, quote, good, law-abiding, keep your head down Negroes who were part of the church, who didn't want no smoke, who were actually opposed to the civil rights movement coming to Mississippi, stirring up trouble, because their position was, as soon as Martin Luther King show up, he get his little photo op and he leave, and then the white people come down on this like the plague. As soon as the cameras is off and the the flashy Negroes leave, we gonna catch hell. And so they were actually opposed to like the marches and all of that stuff, but they had children, they had teenagers, they had young people who were invigorated by what was happening across the country. And so Forrest Whitaker stars in this movie adaptation of The Deacons for Defense. He played that role, y'all. He played that role. Yeah, it's called The Deacons for Defense. Yes, it's awesome. I got it on DVD. I've watched it about 1,000,000 times. It's great. And he played that role because in the beginning, he plays the Negro you love to hate. And when them cops put their hands on his baby, it was like something switched in his brain. That movie was great. It was great. The thing that was very interesting about the movie, though, is because even though all of these men were good, Southern, Bible Belt going, law abiding citizens, every single one of them had done active duty in the military. Every single one. It was so fascinating to me. It remains so that while one can go to a foreign country as a patriot and go to war with those he do not know and got no relationship with under the guise of securing his national homeland, and then come home and not be the soldier but be the spineless, law abiding, good church going citizen. The way that dichotomy played out in the movie was nothing short of sobering. It was nothing short of sobering because it wasn't just him. His character, now they do preface, I ain't gonna give up everything, but they do preface by saying that he had witnessed this extraordinarily traumatic event when he was a child, and how that the fear that he felt in that moment like shaped his consciousness. But this dude still went to war. He still went, it did battle, like shot people and shit. You feel me? So they come home, they just trying to do their job, get their pay, go about their life, stay out these white people's face. And then his daughter decides that she is the child of a coward. That's what she had decided. And that no matter what he said, she was going to go down there and do this demonstration so that things could be better for them in Mississippi. And so it was all kids. It was all kids. Nobody was over 18. They all go down to do this demonstration at the courthouse, and the police come out like straight up paramilitary troopers. They got batons, they got guns with bayonets on them. They cracking kids over the skull. Like, it was brutal. And he is on the job when it happens, and he gets wind that the cops are attacking all these kids. And so all the black men leave the job. They all worked at the same factory. It's one of those towns where, quote, the good job is the one job in town where everybody worked. Everybody leaves to go try to see if their kids are at this demonstration. And as he walks up, he sees this giant cop. Oh my God, this giant cop on his 14-year-old baby, beating her to oblivion with his nightstick. And it was like something just snapped, and he just started running. He started running through these cops like a bull in a china shop, just running through them like they was made out of paper dolls. And finally, somebody, a cop, catches him from behind, clocks him over the head, and he's unconscious. He wakes up. I forget how it goes, but anyway, long and the short of it is, this aggression against him. What happened was he went back home. Cops came to get him, and he said, "Look, I was just defending my family. Y'all know I don't even do like this. I am a law." He told a lie. I'm a law-abiding citizen. I don't ever get in nobody's way. He said, "I was just defending my daughter." Yes, he was one of the ones too. Save the Trees. She was just mentioning Geronimo Pratt, that not too long after he was released from prison, he died as well. But anyway, he's like, "Look, I ain't want no smoke, but like, what I'm supposed to do? I see a grown ass man beating my baby over the head with a nightstick." The cop tells him, "Defending your family is not a right that you are entitled to." They beat him down in his house and drug him to the jail, and they spent all night beating him and beating him till he was bleeding out of every orifice. His eyes, his kidneys was mixed up, whatever. So he goes to the church. He calls a meeting of all the men in the church. And the preacher is there too. And they like, "Look, we got to do something because our kids, they ain't going to stop doing this thing. And I don't think they should." There was half the church was like, they just need to be good kids and take their ass home. The other half of the church was like, they are good kids and that's why they need to be out there, whatever, whatever. Long story short, he says, I've always done what these white people tell me to do. I've always behaved. I ain't never color outside the lines. I ain't never looked them in the eyes. I'm always yes or no, sir. He said, and they beat me almost to death last night after almost beating my daughter to death. So them kids gonna go out there every day and demonstrate. And what they gonna do is they gonna demonstrate as long as they want to. And we men with guns, we gonna go out there and be their personal security while they do that. And everybody in the room get quiet. They're like, well, damn, like that's something different from you. They say, okay, what we need, because he's asking the men that he knows have also served in the military. He's like, what we need, what we got. Everybody bring what you got. So everybody got like hunting rifles and shit like that. No major artillery, just like stuff they keep around the house. So one of the dudes, he's familiar too. I think he was in like 5 Heartbeats or something. But he's like old and he got that raspy voice. He's like, I got a man down in New Orleans. We got to make a trip tonight. You feel me? And so they all pile up. Y'all like my little raspy mobster voice. So they go after hours. They take this trip to New Orleans. You understand? They have to go down to the docks. He got a homeboy that works in loading and unloading on the docks. He said, my homeboy got something for us. He said, when we go and find what we need, he said, just open up every case, take what you need. So they get down there. They're looking at straight up Vietnam level heavy artillery. Them little like machine guns with the big old round butt things on them. Fucking hand grenades. The old head with the raspy voice was everybody's looking at the guns, checking out the different guns, like, yeah, this is gonna be mine, whatever. The old head, the old head reaches in the box, digs in the box, and pulls 2 hand grenades out, one for each hand. He was like, oh yeah, this is what I'm talking about right here. And Forrest Whitaker's character is like, yo, we ain't trying to go to war with nobody, man. We just down there to go protect our babies. He's like, you sure about that, boss? He said, you sure we ain't going to war, boss? I said, that movie was great. It was great. It was great. Baby, Forrest Whitaker gave them such a hard time because they were trained by their opposition. They were trained by the U.S. military. So the Klan, the cops, the sheriffs, everybody was plotting and scheming. They was like, oh, we just going to, he obviously the leader. We just going to take his ass out. All day, every day. They are in the bushes. They acting like sharpshooters, trying to figure out when they could get a shot. He had organized men to take shifts to be his personal security, and the whole thing was for them to always be in any particular line of sight. They could never get a shot off on this dude, no matter where he was. No matter where, if he was in his house eating breakfast at the kitchen table, there was somebody always standing in the line of sight. Listen, that movie should be studied. Okay, it was great. The execution was great. Forrest Whitaker can't lose. It was really really good. But it was called The Deacons for Defense. The Deacons for Defense. It was great. How I got on that? Don't let me deviate again, please. Was Black August. So this whole thing about, this the even when I was in, oh, that's how I got on it, was as the state, as the CIA, the FBI, and all of the local authorities were clamping down on all these revolutionaries that were scattering to the four corners. Some people were going underground. They had this thing that they called the Second Underground Railroad, where wealthy Black people were hiding revolutionaries in their homes, in their basements and shit. Like they were really on the run from the police. And so one of the things that happened was his name, I don't know his whole name, but the stepfather of my godmother who brought me into Ifa, his name is Asurjiman Adefumi the first. Surgiman. That's not his whole name, but that's the short version. Surgiman Adefumi the first was the founder of Oyotunji African Village in 1972. When he founded the village, and a lot of people don't know that because, again, because of the gap that had been, I feel like, strategically state orchestrated, the divide that occurred in the 1960s between so-called cultural nationalists and black nationalists. The cultural nationalists were people who just like to be black. Like, what's his name? What's his name? Oh my God. What's his name? Y'all, shit, I should know. Like, this is just leaving. What's his name? I can see his face in my head. Um, Damn. See why y'all gonna laugh when I tell you who I'm thinking about because I should know. The founder of Kwanzaa, y'all. What's his name? Damn. Milana Karanga. Oh, that was gonna drive me crazy. Milana Karanga, back in those days, was considered a cultural nationalist. All right. Yes, even though he was quote black conscious, he was considered in this division, right? He was considered a cultural nationalist. Milana Karanga, Leroy Jones, aka Amiri Baraka, a lot of the people who were more like thought consciousness. They were poets, they were writers, they were orators. You feel me? They were musicians. Yes, they were black conscious, but they were not like actively engaged in black political life, like black nationalist street organizing, right? These were more people who were cut from the collegiate cloth, right? They were these were students or had been students, right? So anyway, there was this huge divide between so-called cultural nationalists and black nationalists. This divide was extremely expressed in the founding of Oyotunji African Village because a lot of people to this day who are even a part of the lineage of Oyotunji African Village did not know that before Asurgiman created the village, that he was one of the founding members of the Republic of New Africa. For those who do not know, the Republic of New Africa is the organization that the Africas were a part of. Mumia Abu Jamal, Ramona Africa, Pam Africa, all of the people who were like a part of the Republic of New Africa, they would take Africa as their last name. That was like the thing, right? These were the Republic of New Africa. For those who are not familiar with this veteran organization, they were the ones who said that black people in America, even though they were of African descent, that they were, quote, new Africans because their specific experience as captives in North America was different even from the rest. Their experience was different even from the rest of the diaspora. So those who had been enslaved in the Southern Hemisphere, those who had been scattered everywhere else, that there was something peculiar about the experience of black people enslaved in North America that made them, quote, new Africans. Their whole line was that they were rallying. Their whole line was that they needed to create a new Africa. So they wanted complete access, like they wanted to reclaim what they call the 5 Bible Belt South states, to quantify this as the new Africa. Basically, we want our land, a land of our own inside the continental US that would be our country, a country within the country. This is the Republic of New Africa. Anyway, Asurgiman Adefumi the first was a founding member of the Republic of New Africa. So when all the hundreds of black people were escaping the Northeast because of the intensification of police aggression against everybody black. The police assumed everybody was a black nationalist at that time. Hell, they assassinated Martin Luther King. So even he was too radical and everybody became a target. So 250 people left New York. He had a temple in New York. 250 people left New York with Asurgiman Adefumi to build Oyotunji African Village in South Carolina in an attempt to secure themselves from this heightening aggression against the state. As a matter of fact, there are many, many laws written into the Supreme Court as a consequence of campaigns waged by Oyotunji African Village. The state had tried to kidnap all the kids in the village because the village practices ceremonial Ila. So Ila is ritual scarification. Like what happens in Africa is more about, you know, your tribal identification. But they began to do ceremonial Ila, you know, pretty young, 3, 4, 5 years old. And at the time, the kids were going to public school. And so teachers started calling the police on the village, saying that the kids were being abused because of the ritual practice of Eli. So even some of the legislation that came down from the Supreme Court were based on cases that Oyotunji African Village took all the way up to the Supreme Court about religious freedom. And one of the cases was in Miami, another Ele in Miami that was basically the foundation for the for legalizing the ceremonial practice of ritual sacrifice or ritual elba, the killing of animals for ceremonial purposes. So they were, even though it was, quote, a spiritual movement and organization, as organized as Oyotunji African Village was, specifically in the 70s and the 80s, was because their founder, even though he refused to let people be, quote, black nationalists in the village, the way he was able to organize the village was because he had cut his teeth in a revolutionary organization. Oyotunji had their own school. Once they started getting these aggressions from the public schools, they pulled all this was 250 founding members of the village, by the way. They pulled all their babies out of schools. They built their own school. They had their own military. I lived in the village for 8 months, so I'm learning all this. I'm like, oh my God, how is this shit not in our history books? That is still there, right? My mom was born. They had a school from K to 12. Those kids who went to school through the village all went to college. All went to college. They had their own military, 24-hour a day guard, the fully armed guard. They became identified as a sovereign state, Oyotunji African Village. Yeah. So that y'all know my disclaimer. And if you don't know my disclaimer, let me tell you. Everybody black skinned should visit Oyotunji African Village at least once in their life. Everybody black skinned in general, but especially if you live in the United States, everybody black skinned should go to Oyotunji African Village. To drive up to the village blew my mind. I did not even have a frame of reference for what I was going to see that night. It blew my mind. The disclaimer is everybody should visit. Visit the village. Do not stay past 3 days. Do not stay past 3 days. That is my perpetual disclaimer. I do not care. I do not care who get mad. Go visit. Go walk around. There are 9 shrines to the Orisha in the village. The shrines are building size, beautiful, beautiful architecture to each Orisha, to the Egungun. Amazing. Building size structures of Olokun, of Yemaya, of Oshun, Obatala. The shrine to Obatala is like over the goddamn top. It's beautiful beyond what you can imagine. The wall, it looks like a old school African giant stucco southwestern style like wall all the way down. So you cannot just there's only one way to get in, one way to get out, right? Beautiful, 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 beautiful. And I stayed there for 8 months, child. And it was an extraordinary experience. But as extraordinary as it was equally as insane as it was. It was insane. 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 The level of insanity could only go in a book. Could only go in a book. Them 8 months, y'all. Oh my God. 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 South Carolina is someplace that everybody should visit, especially what they call low country. When they talk about, y'all remember the movie called The Ghost of Mississippi? I think Whoopi Goldberg. I think that's the one Whoopi Goldberg starred in, The Ghost of Mississippi. Baby, if you have never been to the South, and I'm talking about the deep South, I'm talking about the South that those movies are written after, The Ghost of Mississippi, Southern South Carolina, what they call low country, which is predominantly swamp, which is predominantly swampland. When I tell you, child, that the ghosts of our ancestors are thick as a brand new morning fog. Oh my God. I never saw an apparition in my life. I never saw a ghost in my whole existence until I moved into Oyotunji African Village. Never. And as a matter of fact, I'll be honest, because I had never seen a ghost, and I believe in witchy shit. I was like, people be lying. That was my attitude. If anybody go see a ghost, it's gonna be me. Like, bitch, I'm about that life. They be lying. They exaggerate. You know what I'm saying? Baby. Oyotunji African Village is 25 acres of land that literally borders. It literally is sandwiched between 2 massive plantations. They talking about the plantations that just burnt down in Louisiana and how motherfuckers would be going on tours and horseback riding and shit. That Oyotunji African Village is literally sandwiched between 2 plantations where there's constantly people, but it's low country, so everything is perpetually damp. There's swamps in every direction. Y'all be seeing me wear that little alligator claw necklace. That's the first animal I ever processed. Caught a little alligator walking through the village. Grabbed him up. He was little. He was like this big. And that's the first animal I ever processed. That's what I kept from him. Was that little? I processed that animal myself. I processed a goat on the land. Like, I was really out there like that, y'all. Anyway, the first time I ever saw a full-on apparition was on Oyotunji African Village. But you have to realize, a lot of the founders of the village, they founded the village in 1972. Almost all of the founding members of the village are buried on the property. They're buried there. Not to mention all of the enslaved people whose blood soils the soil, if you will. Baby, the trees there are angry. They're beautiful, but they're angry. They're angry. South Carolina was like Southern South Carolina was like being in another country. The Geechee people there, literally, it took me about 3 months just to be able to navigate their dialect to like communicate well. It took a long time. It's so dense. It's so dense. It's literally like living in another country. And the village is right down the street, like maybe 3 or 4 miles from what they call, y'all seen pictures. I post the picture every time it comes up to my feed of me standing up under Harriet Tubman Bridge. That bridge, the reason it's named after Harriet Tubman is that was when Harriet Tubman's, one of her claims to fame is that she is the only woman in U.S. military history to lead an armed raid. To lead the Union soldiers on a raid down this river. She had already made 33 trips by foot. And so in certain places, to hide her scent, she would have to walk in the river. She would have to wade in the river. Child, listen. I used to go to that river all the time and just sit there for hours, trying to imagine, in my spoiled body, in my spoiled mind. We are spoiled. Do you understand? But I would sit on my car for hours out there at that river. and it's brackish. It's like where the river begins to meet the ocean. So there's tributaries everywhere. But baby, them rivers are full of dinosaur-sized goddamn alligators. Dinosaur size. 10-foot alligators is a norm in that bitch. I'm telling, I am not exaggerating. It was not uncommon to see whole ass alligators just marching down the freeway and shit. And to sit by that goddamn river and recall the stories that you were told about what she had to do, not being able to read, not being able to write, chronically suffering from a head injury. She was already, I think they said she was already in her early 50s, late 40s or early 50s when she made her break for freedom, when she made her first trip to Philadelphia by foot to what's going on over there? Oh, they boxing? Um to freedom. And on foot, mostly in the dark. Baby, I would sit out there at night and watch the sun go down just to imagine, with my car lights off, sitting on top of my car as it got so black in front of me that you could not put your hands in front of you and see your hand in the night. And just try for a moment to imagine what our people had to do that cannot be described as anything other than fucking perpetual perpetual feats of magic and miracles. Perpetual feats of magic and miracles to do what they did. To do what they did. To imagine that she leads a goddamn Union Army on a raid. And how was she able to do that? She was able to do that. She was directing the boat. The reason she was able to do that was because she knew where all the fucking mines in the water were hidden. So she was the one able to navigate so that they would never get hit by the goddamn mines, the bombs hidden in the fucking river, because she had navigated the fucking alligator infested waters so many times. Child, listen. You feel me? I was telling y'all last week when I was talking about this Uranus entering Gemini and how the first Uranus entering Gemini, which is America's Uranus returns. Whenever Uranus meets Gemini, it is where Uranus was on America's birth chart. So America's Uranus was in Gemini at the time in 1776. And so the first Uranus returns, which happens every 84 years for the United States, Uranus literally entered Gemini. What did she say? 9 days before before John Brown's Harper Ferry Rebellion, and how every major aggression in this country was literally days, either before or after. 2-3 days, 9 days. Every single major aggression that corresponded, let me say that corresponded with a Uranus returns, a Uranus in Gemini, happened within days. So the American Revolution was the first Uranus in Gemini, right? Its birth chart. The first actual returns in Gemini happened because the Harper Ferry Rebellion was, quote, one of the incendiary events that is supposedly attributed to the beginning of the Civil War, right? So you have the Civil War and the Harper Ferry Rebellion that corresponds with the Harper Ferry Rebellion waged by John Brown and his crew. Then you have America's entry into the Second World War. That entry into the Second World War, which they said at that time, more than 80% of American civilians were opposed to an American intervention in the Second World War. What provided the opportunity for America's entry into the war was a false flag operation, if I might digress. But that false flag operation was the bombing at Pearl Harbor that literally happened the day before Uranus entered into Gemini. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. So here we are, just a mere 6 days before America experiences its third Uranus returns. And within the height of its first Pluto return, every 248 years, within the height, because we in the height of, not even, we still in the opening part of the race. You know, the shot was fired on November 19th of 2024. You feel me? So here we are in the height of this transition called America's first Pluto returns, and Pluto's posting up in the sign of Aquarius until 2044. Age changing, age shaping, age defining moment in human history, where at the same time, one of the events that just happened in February and then again in March was first Neptune's transition into Aries, and then a month later, Saturn's transition into Aries. All 5 of the planets entering into their new sign at 0 degrees. All 5 planets at 0 degrees. And that this has never happened in known human history. The oldest event that even comes close to what we are experiencing in this one year, 2025, the closest event that comes close to the magnitude of this event was Neptune in Aries at 0 degrees, followed within a couple of weeks by Saturn in Aries at 0 degrees. And the last time that happened, just them 2 planets, Neptune and Saturn both entering Aries within a couple of weeks of each other at 0 degrees. The last time that event happened was 12,000 years ago. 12,000 years ago. So here we are at the beginning, not only of a new eon or age, if you will, we are also at the beginning of a brand new first year entry into another galactic year. What is that? 25,000 years. This is the completion not only of a 2150 year eon, but a 25,000 grand year or great year that ended. And at the same time, the new year began, our new entry into a 25,000 year rotation in what we call the precession of the equinoxes, right? All of this happening at the same time. This galactic event that has not been documented, even though we have about, maybe about 330,000 years of astrological information from our ancestors, whether it was rudimentary in the lunar, what they call rudimentary in the lunar calendrical, identification of the great heavens and shit. And then 25,000 years that we consider, quote, modern astrological history. And then the radical transforming of the entire cosmos by the sun gone rogue and the establishment of patriarchal traditions and ideologies that changed everything, changed the constellations, changed the planets, changed time and all the things around 6,000 years ago. And here we are in this most fucking amazing and magnanimous place in time, position in history. And so when I be making these metaphors about, the universe literally laying before us a great grand galactic golden platter with nothing but opportunities on it, the question that you have to ask yourself in this moment is, am I seizing the opportunity afforded to me in this most magnanimous period in human history? Or am I letting my fucking enemy consume the whole platter. The question I asked y'all, what, 2 hours and 49 minutes ago? In this moment, in every moment, am I ecstatically, enthusiastically complying to my mother's divine will, or am I betraying the future? Am I betraying the future? Am I trying to resurrect an already mortally wounded beast that just don't know it's dead yet? That's the question. That's it. That's the only question. Am I betraying the future by trying to resuscitate a dead beast? How do you resuscitate a dead beast? Using your mouth, one, to give it oxygen. Every time you speak the past in lament and fear and oh my God, oh, that's what they're trying to coax out of you, baby. This fear mongering, this deep dive into conspiracy theories that don't get you no closer to any answers, this perpetual playing with your emotions through rage bait and click bait and fear bait, and you staging contests with invisible enemies, going to war with your fingers on the laptop and shit. Child, they are siphoning your life force to attempt to preserve their own life, child. They on life support right now. They on life support right now. Your ass is the life support. Your ass is the only thing keeping this bitch alive. I promise you. I promise you. You are the only thing keeping this monstrosity alive. You're it. And so now you need to say, okay, bitch, we about to make a break. we about to unplug this. We about to unplug this bitch. You feel me? You feel me? Let's see. I've also been getting a lot of nostalgia shorts on YouTube lately. It's so funny you say that, Claudia Ankara. I was like, what these motherfuckers playing at? Pulling at my heartstrings first thing in the morning. What they playing? That piece, we have to revisit that piece I did on nostalgia. Because I ran through it so fast, but that shit was so deep. I was like, these motherfuckers are really monstrous. There are studies that I am going to be sharing with you eventually if I can pull my life. Oh. Okay. So this week, okay, the 4th in particular, but also the 7th. Okay. So the 4th is obviously 4th of July. We talked about the numerological significance. It's a 9/11 day for this lunatic that is wearing the mask of empire in office right now. So I'm telling you, get your mind right. Double down on the recitation of your conspiracy. You feel me? Whatever you need to do, double down. Double down this week because the 4th is going to be a hugely strategic day. However, the energy following up that right away, today is the day that I started. I intend to be in deliberate thought and action ceremony through to the 9th. From today through the 9th. That's my stila. You feel me? So the 7th is when Uranus enters Gemini, 3 days after the 4th. But also, the sister, who was it that told us that on the last live? She put it in the comment section that Lilith is entering Mercury on the same day, on the 7th. That's huge. So, like, can you channel her archetype? Like, do a little study, do a little silent meditation, just reading through her archetype. Because I'm always trying to remind you that the reason and the importance for talking about these archetypes, these mythological archetypes for these planets, for these movements, for these relationships, because these stories aren't just, quote, about planets. They are stories that are detailing historically observed events that occurred on the planet the last time these heavenly bodies were in a situationship with one another. Do you understand? And so, what does the story of Lilith tell you? How does it prepare you? What can it tell you about in the real world, in your social life, in your political life, in what you're witnessing politically, with Uranus entering Gemini the same day, Gemini being the master of artful communication, of strategic communication. Uranus being the governor of dreams, associated with Morpheus, right? So what does it mean? Divine communication, strategic communication. As the guardian of your dreams is entering into this space. Gemini is very scientific. Gemini is an innovator. They're awesome scientists, but they love the arts. They have that light, and they are the embodiment of the two and the one, the extreme poles. That's why everybody say they got split personalities disorder. You know, they always present in these extreme oppositions. They like a multiplicity of things. They're easily bored. Their mind is all over the place. You feel me? What does it mean when, quote, the master of dreams? But Uranus is not just the master of dreams. Okay, this is still the mythological archetypes handed to us by empire, by Greeks, and by Romans. So when we look at the pre-Greek and Roman archetypes of who Uranus was to Saturn, who Saturn was to Jupiter, aka Zeus. You feel me? What do these stories tell us? Because this is something I've been walking through a lot lately. Like we've done about a 6-month long deep dive on Saturn that used to be, quote, Cronus, that now we find out even before that was great grandmother Crone, right? The light of the evening sun, the purple light of the golden age, and all of that stuff. All of these different societies around the world that talk about a period of a hidden golden age that was governed by the light of the dark sun. What was the dark sun? It was the planet Saturn, great grandmother Crone, right? And that this story of Saturn, between Saturn and Uranus, and Saturn and Jupiter, right, as Kronos and Zeus, that we keep getting told over and over and over and over again. We call it the Clash of the Titans. Holy shit. The movie is called The Clash of the Titans. Who are the Titans? Uranus was considered to be a Titan. Saturn was considered to be a Titan. Gaia was a Titan. Rhea was a Titan. The name of the movie, it just occurred to me, y'all. Like, this shit be getting so deep. The movies, the first one came out in what, like 72 or some shit? It was called The Clash of the Titans. It was supposed to be a story about, this war between like the gods and the humans or whatever the fuck. No, it ain't. It is a story that I was telling you I have heard. I have not researched this, but it made sense to me. This clash that is always detailed, whether it's the Goya painting, Saturn devours his children, like the great big bad Saturn eats all of his kids, but because he's given, a foretelling that one of his kids is going to usurp his power and overthrow him. But lo and behold, quote, Saturn did the same thing to his father, who was Uranus. Uranus, there was never there was never any illustration. There was never any paintings. There were never any sculptures of Uranus. Uranus was always personified as the entire starry sky. Does that sound familiar? Anybody? Uranus was always pictured, envisioned, if you will, as the great starry sky. Does this sound familiar to anyone? If so, put what you think it sounds like in the comment section. If we're saying that Saturn was great grandmother Crone, hidden from us, and hidden shabbily, by the way, that if her name was great grandmother Crone, and then the sun gone rogue usurps the archetypal image and don't even bother to change the name good, great grandmother Crone goes from great grandmother Crone to Cronus. Don't even try to disguise the thievery, the plagiarism. Just don't even scratch the name off no more. You know what I'm saying? Just like, that sound good, right? So if I'm telling you that Saturn was great grandmother Crone, and that the reason that neither in Greece or Rome there's nowhere so far that has been found, a painting of or a sculpture of an adaptation of Uranus, or what was his name in Greek mythology? In Greek mythology, it was fuck. I don't remember. But in Norse mythology is what y'all call Odin Allfather, played by the debonair Anthony Hopkins and shit. It's Odin Allfather, right? Damn, what was his name in Greek mythology? Fuck, let me see if I got my book over here. Did I do that? I be shifting books around so much. I think I moved it. I don't. Somebody Google that for me. Somebody search what Uranus's name was before in Greek mythology. Do because they have like where you can do like like a cross section of Greek gods and then Roman gods, like the crossover. Like because it was Greek mythology first, then Roman mythology. And so like what was the crossover, right? Somebody do that really quick for me. Tell me what Uranus. Ooh. Is it Prometheus? No, it's not Prometheus. Fuck. Who is it? I think it might be Prometheus. Is it Prometheus? Prometheus has been coming up a lot in my studies lately. So I know I have to do a deep dive about him. I've been saying that for a while, especially since we watched that miniseries that came out before the new year. Excuse me, starring Jeff Goldblum, called Chaos with a K. Baby, we watched that. I did a whole long deep dive about it last year. But since the new year and all of this back to back crazy, insane shit that is so mythologically currently relevant. Like, I think the final straw was the movie Sinners. I was like, when I tell you these motherfuckers be playing in your face, yo, I know I must have watched 1,000 different deep dives that people did on the movie Sinners. All of them were good, but when I tell you, all of them were just skimming this. No matter how deep they got, they were just skimming the surface. They were just skimming the surface, and it's been ever since then. Even that show Chaos that we watched in last year, I was like, oh my God, I didn't go deep enough. When I talked to y'all about that damn show, I didn't go deep enough. But I'll tell you this, what I have been saying to you for the last week. Oh, yes. Oh my God. I knew, you know what? I knew that. And I'm crazy. Uranus. Duh. Yeah. Because that name, his story is tied up with the story of the cosmic egg, our logo. Here. Here. Our logo. The cosmic egg, the Ouroboros. So yes, I have to I have to go into a deep dive in that. But yes, first generation of Titans. Let me backtrack. First generations of Titan, because even the Chaos movie, it hints at it. So I don't even remember where I heard it. I heard it in passing, and I didn't mark it down, but now I have to, about even why these stories are called the Clash of the Titans, and we always just seeing the story as a story, a mythology about the war in the heavens between the gods. Even this story about your God the Father and all the angels getting kicked out of heaven and shit, it's the same story. It's the same story. So according to the story, is the reason it's called the Clash of the Titans is because, remember, I told you, okay, golden age, Saturn, light of the evening sun, the purple light of the evening sun, and all of that shit. And supposedly, astronomically, there was a period where there was a clash of the great benefic at the time was Saturn and Jupiter. They actually bumped, and it knocked Saturn off its original orbit. Okay. Oh yeah. Wait. What you going to get?
You want pizza?
Oh my God, yes.
All right.
Yes. Thank you. And yes. Anyway, so apparently, at least astronomically, this is the idea, is that the quote actual clash of the Titans that became a mythological story was the clash of Saturn and Jupiter, knocking Saturn off its orbit so it was darkened to our eye. That's the story. Is that because Saturn was knocked off. Doesn't this sound like Zeus overthrowing, quote, his father, Saturn? That's the story. Zeus overthrows Cronus. Jupiter overthrows Saturn. Saturn becomes dark, not metaphorically, not like mythologically. Saturn becomes dark because of this collision, this slight collision that knocked her off her original course and darkened her light to our planet. That's the story. That is supposed to be the origin story of all of these mythologies that have the same kind of theme strung through all of them, right? This war in heaven among the gods and shit. And so Jupiter becomes the benefic because of Jupiter's orbit in relationship to the Earth that protects us from objects and debris. That the gravitational force, the gravitational pull of Jupiter is supposedly why it's been like so many billions of years since anything major has struck our planet. You know, there's an asteroid belt that divides Mars. Is that right? Yeah, Mars and Jupiter. It's between Mars and Jupiter. So here we are, Earth, the third rock from the sun. Mars is next, and then Jupiter is the next planet. And what divides Mars and Jupiter is this asteroid belt that's always kept in check, like in place, because of the gravitational pull of Jupiter, right? And so Jupiter is supposedly the reason that even if anything comes close to Earth, the gravitational force of Jupiter always attracts objects away from Earth. This is the theory behind why Jupiter acquired the title as the Great Benefic. It is because it protects Earth structurally, astronomically, from objects that otherwise would threaten to destroy the planet, right? And then this same thing that allowed for Jupiter to become a benefic structurally to our planet, a great, quote, protector to our planet, is the same event that darkened the night light of Saturn. This is why Saturn became malefic, is because its light darkened. Let's see. Mm-hmm. 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 Yeah. Yes. So anyway, it's all fascinating. I love getting into the fascinating mythology and all of that stuff because it's awesome and it's great and it's dope. But to round this 3-hour live all the way back up to the beginning is that I need you to recognize the first thing that you need to recognize, I think, is that you are born perfect. That is the very first thing you need to recognize moving into these 9 days. That needs to be your meditation in the morning. Man, I am God because my mother is God. And only God can give birth, and God can only give birth to God. She can only give birth to herself. She can only give birth to God. She can only give birth to God. She can only give birth to divinity. That's why you are perfect. And to prove, she wanted to perpetually remind you that you was perfect. To prove that you are perfect, she created a ritual in your mama's own body. A perpetual, not only a perpetual ritual in your mama's body, she created a ritual, the very first ceremony that would forever, child, be forever plagiarized. That shows you the divinity and the perfection of the process. Is that in her perfect execution of her mother's divine will as a perfect reflection of her mother, she said, every ceremony in history will attempt, and feebly attempt at that, to mirror the majesty of the process that is your body in childbirth, bitch. Everything will be a minuscule attempt at a replication of the perfection that is you in this moment, child. Yes. Yes. And to accept every morning when you wake up, to express ecstatically every morning that you wake up, but especially these 9 motherfucking days, to express out loud and ecstatically, yes, bitch, look at God waking up first thing in the morning, a brand new version of herself every day, a brand new version of himself every day, a brand new version of themselves every day, a better and more perfect personification of the mother's will made a divine and material force. I'm that bitch right now. I'm that. I'm that. I am a perfect and brand new personification of my mother's divine will made a material force, able to execute all the magic and all the miracles that my mother has executed in real time. That's me. I'm that. I'm that. That's what she means for us. That's what she means for us to remember. That is what she calls us to execute. Bitch, I'll let you wake up brand new every day, a better version of yourself every day. Every day. Y'all don't believe that. Y'all don't believe that. Y'all don't believe that you wake up. Listen, even in your life cycles, child, you are a perfect replication of the original ceremony. You go into a deep sleep for 9 hours. In that 9 hours, you dream of all the places you've been, all the lives you've lived, all the people you've met over eons and eons and eons. And you, at the same time that the sun rises above the horizon, brand new, your ass crack your eyelids open, and you too are new. And that newness, that new synaptic activity that makes a connection that's implicated by a spark of light is your eyes opening as a replication of the birthing process. Your 9-month journey in the dark underworld of your mother's primordial waters, and then a moment of disturbance in those waters. And then that disturbance swells and swells and swells, just like the great tidal waves of the fucking ocean. And you know something is coming. You've been knowing it the whole 9 months you've been living in her body, because you can hear and you can detect and you can sense, though you cannot see. You hear voices that you cannot see. You hear. You are always aware that there's something greater and bigger than you. Always. And as you traverse through her peaceful waters, then something churns and it grows bigger and bigger and deeper and more palpable, until that small disturbance churns into a goddamn tidal wave, an explosion of love and pain and ecstasy and excitement and anticipation. That moment is marked by the spark of light that illuminates your crown at the moment that you split your mother in half. And in a beautiful primordial cocktail of sacred blood and sacred water, you are baptized. You are baptized. Yeah, you are. You are permanently protected by your mother's blood and water. There is nothing more sacred than this moment. She's constantly trying to remind you of that in what is supposed to be the majesty of you being able to heal yourself in the sleep phase. She's like, take your ass to sleep so I can do my work to make you new in the morning, just like you were new when you arrived. Every day you are new. Every day you are a better version of your already perfect self. So this is why every single aspect of your life has been attempting to teach you that you are born dead, that death is inevitable, that death is the great black beyond for which you should try to avoid at all costs. You are born flawed. You are born filthy as a rag, undeserving of heaven and worthy of hell. And every scientific dogma, every philosophical dogma, every goddamn religious pseudo spiritual institution is affirming your imperfection because they know you can never know you are perfect. This bitch can't never know that not only is she perfect, she was born perfect. Not only was she born perfect, she was born perfect from a perfect process. From a perfect process. It is the only way to turn God into a slave. It's the only way that God can be transformed into a slave is to convince you were born flawed, you were born broken, you were born dead, born filthy, born unworthy, born deserving of an eternity of punishment at birth. For real? That's a hella drug. That's a hella drug. That's a hella drug. That's a hella drug. And so now your mother is telling you. And she had to tell you, I'm just trying to give y'all a motherfucking word. Your mother had to tell you just like this in a loud-mouthed, nappy-headed, tattooed assed it, big belly having assed it, black bitch, unbridled, offensive, truth telling, to yank your ass out the motherfucking coma that has been imposed on you. Mm-hmm. Can't jostle a bitch awake if they in a coma. You can't, hey, you need to wake up, girl. You need to wake up. There's a real bad nightmare you in. You need to wake up. You can't jostle a bitch out of a coma. You can't jostle a bitch out of a coma. And so my perfect personification, my peculiarly perfect personification of the mother's divinely perfect divine will made a material force, a necessary material force in this world, in this time, in this most perfect and epic period in human history, had to present just like this in order for you to hear in a different way. This was my task. This was my task. This was my task. This was my moment. This was why I chose to be here. This was the very necessary reason for my peculiar personification in this moment. It really, really was. I'm every day, no matter how overwhelmed, no matter how busy, no matter how broke, no matter how exuberant, it doesn't matter. I'm never subdued. It's interesting because I feel like I'm doing more now than I ever have. I feel busier now than I ever have. I'm like, damn, I thought when your kids grow up and move out the house and everybody doing their own thing, like it was supposed to just free up all this time. And so you could just be free. And I feel like I'm busier now than I was in motherfucking medical school. Full time, 5 days a week, with 3 teenagers in the house. and I'm busier now because the moment is now. The moment is now. The moment is now. No matter how busy I get, I may be overwhelmed because I do the work of 20 people every goddamn day. I think I constructed 30 pieces of fucking jewelry since I hit the floor at 6 o'clock this morning. I'm not exaggerating. I should show y'all. I think I pulled together 30 pieces of jewelry today before running up on here. You feel me? So when I say I be doing the work of 20 motherfuckers up in this bitch, and I will be up like I have been for about a month till 4 o'clock in the morning until I can't keep my eyelids open no more. And now I got to crash. And then I'll be up at 7. I feel that in my body because there ain't never been no problem for me to go to bed at 11, wake up at 9 because I can sleep in because I want to, because I'm self-employed. That hasn't happened in a month. The now is it. The moment is it. What we are primed to do. And I want to encourage you, baby. I want to encourage you. I want to encourage you. I want to hype y'all up. I want to be your global cheerleader right now. I want to be your hype man right now, because I am telling you, the ends to which these dudes have gone to transform the world in the way that they have, it is not going to require anywhere near the kind of effort and energy that they put into erecting this monstrosity. Baby, I am just trying to tell you, this is the point where the science and the philosophy and the history and the politics and the spirituality and your upbringing and everything that you have learned in your life is coming to this intersection to say, babe, I'm trying to show you that the work for you is easy. The work for you in this moment is easy. All you need is the courage of this motherfucking lion your ass about to leap into, this 8/8 portal you about to leap into, because everything else is on deck on your behalf. You just have to seize control of the reins of power. I'm telling you, the work is already done. I'm trying to tell you. I am trying to tell you. This is why I love science so much. This is why I love science so much. This book, I don't know if y'all have read it, but it's by Bruce Lipton. The oh my god, the biology of belief. The biology of belief. Here, hold on. This one. This one. You know what? Let's digress for a second, since we do that all the time anyway. But these two in particular. And we might have to start reading a little bit out of these. So here we are, finally making our transition into, some people say the sign of Aquarius, some people say the sign of Gemini. I'm here for them both. So, but we are in right now a water sign. We're still in Cancer, right? As these big energies are happening. So we need to tap into water energy, water magic. The reason I'm mentioning that is because water work is going to be really important, as these other 5 signs, these other 4 signs that we've transitioned into are heavily combustible. 2 air sign entries, 2 fire sign entries. 2 air sign entries, 2 fire sign entries. Those fire sign entries are Aries. And so that's why these motherfuckers are trying to propagate war, put forward war, war. You feel me? That's why this shit is in your face so hard, is because for the first time in 12,000 years, Neptune and Saturn have both entered Aries at 0 degrees. And so they like, damn, this is our time to power up. We can really capitalize off this war shit, because they stuck in these patriarchal articulations of the planets. But the planets have dual energy too, dual manifestations. So if I'm saying that Saturn had always got this bad rap as being the great maleficent, and why Saturn always be fucking with my money and all of this shit, then say, okay, well, what would Saturn be like? Because we've talked about this ad nauseum. What is Saturn? Not just great grandmother Chrome, but what are the other archetypes that they never mention when they talk about Capricorn? Never. Even though these stories are a part of the Greek and Roman mythological history, they never talk about these other aspects of Saturn, these other aspects of Capricorn. Never. Every time you hear an astrology talk about Capricorn, it's always burdensome shit. Father time. Like Eeyore. Father Time, who moves so slow, be fucking with your money. He's so laborious, he never happy. He makes you dread death, 'cause death is inevitable. He always pictured as the Grim Reaper. Tell me I'm lying. Have you ever heard another astrologer talk about Saturn and Capricorn in any other way than that? Than that. Than that. Huh? No. But Capricorn, aka Saturn, got another whole antithetical side to him, even in these mythologies that they never talk about. Not even so-called progressive astrologers. Why they don't talk about this other side of Capricorn? What's so special about this other side of Capricorn that they just keep conveniently hidden from your ass? What is it about Capricorn? What y'all got against Capricorn? Why y'all don't talk about the whole Capricorn? You feel me? Why? So let's talk about it where seasons are concerned. Let's talk about it like that. So Capricorn is known as an agricultural deity. Why? Because it's in that space right in between. You just finished the harvest. You did the little ceremonies for the harvest. You put everything in storage to get ready to hunker down for the cold season. You feel me? And on the solstice, on the winter solstice, which is the longest night, or quote, the darkest night, right? The place where the veil is the most thin between the living and the dead, the ancestors and the descendants, right? That on the solstice, corresponding with the solstice, there are two different traditions that were used to celebrate this time of the year that was seen, as a matter of fact, in Ifa. There is it's called what is it called? God damn it. It's right on the tip of my fucking tongue. It's called it's called oh man, damn. It's called Awan. That was gonna drive me crazy. It's called Awan. 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 Awan is a ceremony that we do in Ifa every year on the winter solstice. Guess what the ritual is? It is to take 13 grains. You see the crossover? You see the crossover? To take 13 grains to honor Babaluaye. And these grains, and Awan is considered a purification ritual to purify yourself before entering into a new season or new year, right? But the practice of the ritual is to lay out massively in a giant circle 13 grains side by side in a perfect circle. There's a big bowl in the center of the grains. Included in the grains are eggs, so that's considered one of the grains. Eggs, and then all these other grains, rices, beans, other legumes, right? And so the way you purify yourself is you go around and you grab a little bit in both hands of each of the grains, and you give yourself a spiritual bath. You take the two hands with grains and you literally wash yourself with the grains. Like you literally be bathing. I see women lift up their titties, all that stuff between your legs, at the bottom of your feet. You literally are like you are bathing with these grains. After you have bathed in these grains, you take them and throw them in the bowl in the center. You move from grain to grain to grain. Everybody that's in the ceremony moves from grain to grain to grain to grain. You start with the first grain, and then you move all the way around so that you end with the eggs. Once you do the eggs, you take 2 eggs, and the main thing, you clean your whole body, but the main thing is you really, really, really want to get in your eyes in your ears, and in your throat. And then you take the 2 eggs, and when you go to throw them in the bowl, you want to make sure that you throw them hard enough that the eggs break. You want to make sure you throw the eggs hard enough that they break. After that part of the ceremony is over, then the priest or the priestess in my Ile will take and do another portion of the ceremony where she already has a massive hole dug in the earth at the foot of a tree. Dug in a hole at the foot of a tree. Who did I say rule the trees, own the trees, live in the trees? Anybody remember? Who I said own the trees, live in the trees, rule the trees? The EIMEIJ. The EIMEIJ. I ain't even gonna make it hard on y'all. So, and then after that, so there's no quote residual, they take a giant palm tree. I mean a palm leaf, a giant palm leaf, and everybody gets brushed down with the palm leaf. You feel me? That's the ceremony. Why does that happen on the solstice? Why is it grains? Because everywhere the fuck on earth, the winter solstice is about this center point between the harvest and the new planting season, which is coming in a couple of months in the spring. That's what it's about. Everywhere on the planet, everywhere on the planet, everywhere on the planet, on earth. The winter solstice is always deified as a deity of agriculture, a deity of the grain. This becomes important because this also is an implicate. This mythology is implicated in the story about the transition from the hunting gathering epoch to the agrarian age. The period of human history that was defined primarily by the gathering activities of the women around the circle and the hunting activities of males. And once human beings became agrarian, made this slow shift into the agrarian society, right? Agrarian is named after what? Agriculture, grain, agrarian. There you go, right? That it changed the global means of production, and in the global change, it means in the global change of the means of production, it changed human relationships. It changed human blood. I went into that long diatribe with y'all about how the blood types evolved in the first place, where they came from. If everybody was an old blood type in the beginning, why there are other blood types? How that happened? How the mutation occur? What happened to trigger the mutation that caused the differing of the blood types, you see? So, I'm saying all of that because everywhere on Earth, the winter solstice, both the winter solstice as it is in the northern hemisphere and the winter solstice as it is in the southern hemisphere. Okay? The deities that correspond with the quote darkest day or the darkest night is always an agricultural god or deity. And those agricultural gods or deities are always quantified as bad guys. They're always demonized. They're always the proverbial bad guys of the entire zodiacal chart everywhere. Yep. Why that is? Why that is? Why? Why the story of Cain and Abel? Why did God accept Abel's offering and not Cain's? Because both Cain and Abel represented the old age of hunting gathering and the new emerging agrarian age, which was governed by grain. Governed by grain. But Yahweh wanted blood. He wanted blood. Abel went out and killed an animal to offer the blood to the bloodthirsty Yahweh. And Cain represented those who were still loyal to the mother. That's the way Mary Daly told. What's her name? Barbara Moore told it to us in The Great Cosmic Mother, that the reason of the story of Cain and Abel was because Abel represented the desire of she didn't say it like this, but the desire of the war god on high, the desire of of, no, she didn't say it like this, but the desire of the war god on high and his lust for blood. He was like, damn, that shit smell good. He even said in the book, damn, he could smell the sizzling of the flesh up on high or some shit like that. That God's hunger was stimulated by the smell of blood or some shit. That's in your Old Testament, by the way. Why he preferred blood offerings over Cain's little lowly ass grains. No, it was a metaphor for the change in hand and the change in the means of production, and how these societies valued more the hunting gathering, because that was the man's art, that was the man's craft. Cain, who is the proverbial bad guy, represented an allegiance to the mother. So this story too is repeated throughout the human epoch, you feel me, in myriad ways. But everywhere you go, in every mythology you look at, the deity that governs the longest night is always personified as some devilish motherfucker, you know what I'm saying? What is Capricorn? Capricorn is, before the takeover of Rome, Capricorn was the horny goat man. He was Pan. He was the horny goat man, turned the weirdo hybrid goatfish person. The hybrid goatfish person. You feel me? And they had to change it, especially as Christians, because if you knew it was the horny goat man, you feel me, then you would be crystal clear about what the archetypal opposing energy of Capricorn is. That is not laborious, it's not burdensome, it's not hard work and discipline, it's not none of that shit. It's like, turn up. That's the only time Pan came around, child, was when it was time for him to try to get busy with one of them nymphs, when he was trying to get some booty, or when it was time for him to play the DJ for the Maenads who was turning up for Dionysus. They was like, oh shit, it's about that time, y'all. We missing some key components. What were the key components to the turn up that happened around Saturnalia? Not only that, they don't want you to remember, because both Hebrews and Romans and Greeks said the same thing about this period, these quote 12 days of Christmas that you be singing. For on the first day of Christmas, right? Why 12 days? Because Saturnalia was celebrated for 12 days. Why the 12 days of quote Christmas? Why does Hanukkah correspond with the same period of time? Why did Milana Karanga create Kwanzaa to correspond to the same time? Why? Because, is it just because y'all got a vacation from school? Is that what it is? No. Because those 12 days surrounding the solstice. The solstice was the peak. Okay. And then there was these days that surrounded the solstice, where they said during this period, Saturnalia, it was one of the first things Rome banned when it went from being pagan Rome to papal Rome. Once Constantine had the epiphany that he was going to be the chief Christian, and that he was just going to make Christianity a state religion, and then say how people had to practice Christianity, you feel me? Because there was all kind of sects at the time. He's like, no, there can't be a whole bunch of sects. We got to be on the same page, you feel me? And I get to say what Christianity is. Well, before Rome went from pagan Rome to papal Rome for a long time it celebrated Saturnalia, right? They didn't call the god Dionysus. His name was Bacchus under pagan Rome, but he was still the same dude. And his thing was the turn up. Why else would a nigga be trying to turn water into wine if he wasn't trying to turn up? Is there any other reason to be trying to turn water into wine if your ass ain't about to turn up? You feel what I'm saying? That's what Dionysus, aka Bacchus, did. He was notorious for turning water into wine. Why he need the wine? Because there was a special ingredient he needed to put in the wine for the turn up. What was the special ingredient? The body of Christ. What was the body of Christ? Psilocybin. What's psilocybin? Funny mushrooms. Funny mushrooms that grow out of cow poop. Funny mushrooms. So they needed the sacred sacrament, which was what? The wine. Because what did Jesus say? Because the thief that he is. The thief that he is, what did Jesus say? Here is my blood. Drink of it that you may be born again. You feel me? And here is my body. Eat so that you may be filled with the Holy Spirit. Isn't that what they say when you do the sacrament, the Eucharist, whatever the fuck? Right. He said, drink of my blood and eat of my flesh. You feel me? And so the bread becomes a metaphor for his flesh, and the blood becomes a metaphor for his flesh. But he stole that shit. He stole that shit. He stole that shit from Bacchus, aka Dionysus, aka Bacchus, and aka Dionysus. And Dionysus, unlike your Jesus, who stole the story and then flipped it the fuck upside down, turned it the fuck inside out. Because when it was a Dionysian story, when it was a Bacchus story, Dionysus was literally called the great liberator of mankind. The great liberator of mankind. Remember, we was reading about Dionysus, and they said he carried a big, beautiful staff, right? And on the top of the staff, he had a big old giant pine cone. And coming down from the staff, he had the sacred ivy, because that was another psychedelic that they had in Europe. That they would chew on ivy leaves and go into ceremony. It's a psychedelic. You feel me? So he had the divine ivy leaf coming down his little staff. He had a pine cone at the top of his staff. And they said that his staff had the ability to either liberate or to punish. And he would execute strict, harsh punishment on those who would attempt to get in the way of the liberation of his followers. That's what they said about Bacchus. That sound like your Jesus? Nope. But he liked the story though. He liked the story of drinking the wine and eating the flesh of Dionysus, eating the flesh of Christ. Eating the flesh of Christ, right? And then being resurrected. That Dionysus did that too. Mithras did that. Krishna did that. You name it. A whole bunch of them, like 52 motherfuckers, did the same thing. You feel me? Anyway, I digress. Unlike Jesus, Dionysus was living in his flesh. Remember, we were talking the other night about how in the South, if you grew up in the South and your ass leave the church and your mom and them go to church, and the church family will be like, "Why I ain't seen your child in church lately?" And the mom and them say, "Child, they out in the world just living in the flesh. Child, they out there living in their flesh." I don't know if y'all heard that where y'all from, but baby, that's a whole ass thing. They just need to get right with the Lord, child, because they out in the world living in the flesh, child. They hopefully the Lord will yank their chain, bring them back, but child, they out there living in the flesh right now. Or you hear black boys when the Christians be trying to witness to them, when the Jehovah's Witnesses be trying to witness to them and shit, and the black boys be like, "Yo, you know what I'm saying? Like, let me go out here and get this money. You feel me? Let me do a little things. Let me have a little fun. And then once I get all my money, once I get my money right, then I'm gonna go ahead and come to church." But right now, I'm out here living. What they saying is, nigga, right now, I'm out here living in my flesh. You feel me? I'm living out my flesh. You feel me? Now, I'm saying that because Dionysus was the archetype of the divinity in living in your fucking flesh. That's why his flesh was divine. That's why the mushroom became a metaphor for his enlightenment, the gift that only the body of Christ could give. Because he is the archetype, child, of the divinity in living in your flesh. Not just living in your flesh, child, living ecstatically in your flesh. Because what did they say? Even what philosopher they said? I think they said, Socrates said that the only hope for mankind is divine madness. That's what he said. That's what he said. That's what the philosopher said. That's what the white boy said. He said the only hope for mankind is divine madness. Who was he talking about? He was talking about the divine madness that came only through women, only through uterus carrying human beings who were the priestesses, the motherfucking oracle sibyls of the cult of Dionysus. That's why they went in the woods and got busy. That's why the horny goat man came out with a perpetual hard on. Do you know who he sound like? The horny goat man? Do y'all know, child? Woo, y'all know who he sound like? And it just occurred to me just now. Who the horny goat man sound like? Who the horny goat man sound like? Yo. Oh my God. How did that never occur to me? Child, y'all know who the horny goat man sound like? God damn. God damn. God damn. Oh shit. God damn. How did I miss that? Whoa. Child, the horny goat man is a leg bar. I told y'all a whole ass long story about the 2-in-1. The 2-in-1. A leg bar is the baby party animal. A shoe is the trickster punisher. The two personifications in the one. The two poles in the one. The white-faced and black-faced, or red-faced and black-faced. I'm actually working on a leg bar bracelet right now that somebody ordered for me. And so when you're talking about a leg bar, the baby party animal, you feel me, version of, you know what, as a matter of fact, let me go grab 2 beads off this bracelet because I haven't strung it together yet. I'll stay fucking stuff up, dude. Hot. Try some troglodytes. That's exactly this is gotta be sound. I don't know if y'all will be able to see these, but these are the beads that I'm working on for this bracelet. I haven't had somebody order an issue bracelet for me in so many years, easily 10 years. And all out of the blue, somebody ordered a bracelet. I was like, okay, shoot. So hopefully you can see these, but it'll kind of demonstrate the dual nature or personification. So see how he's always pictured in either black or white. He's usually got his face covered or painted. Here's another one. Can y'all see that okay? Right? Here's another one. This is a good one. Yeah, see that? This is his baby personification, him as a little baby. Because when you receive your Eshu pot, that's how you'll be told, is you need to take care of, a Legba pot. You need to take care of him like he's a little baby, or Eshu is going to come out and start playing tricks on you. You feel me? And this is the last one. And the reason I brought this one out in terms of what we were talking about as the horny goat man, as a Legba Eshu, is because even on my shrine, my Legba pot is behind my door. And because Legba loves all things in excess, just like a little baby. That's why he's always pictured as a baby, is because he's only interested in the shit that makes him feel good right now in this moment. Don't care about nothing else. So your Legba pot has toys, marbles, trinkets, little cars, all things toys, like you would be appeasing a baby. Popcorn, candy corn, right? All things that trigger all the tastes and shit. You feel me? And then also the baby, a Legba that loves living in the flesh and loves all the things in excess. He's also got sexual desires. So most Legba pots, you see that big old penis he got in his hand? That's a penis he got in his hand. So when you see people's Legba pots, because he loves the excesses. I've seen people offer cocaine to their Legbas. I offer marijuana to my Legba. You feel me? Gin, rum. He is the personification of the horny goat man. He want to have sex all the time. Every time you see the horny goat man, he's got an erection. even in like the paintings in the walls of Greece. Every time you see Pan, he's got an erection. Every time you see Pan, he's chasing behind some nymph that's trying to get away. You feel me? Or he's playing his pipes because he's the hype man. He's the turn up man. He's the DJ. He's the medieval DJ, right? This is this is a leg boss energy. And the thing that's so interesting is because a leg boss, I've also told you, is he's a psychopomp, a go-between, a messenger, just like Hermes, just like Jesus, just like all of these other psychopomps, right? The go-between, the messenger, the crossroads between heaven and earth, right? Between the quote divine realm and the mundane world, or whatever the fuck. And so it just never even occurred to me to make this connection between the horny goat man until I started talking about his erection. I was like, oh shit, because I have a dildo on in my Elegba pot. That is common. People, child, I've seen I've seen on a Legba shrine or in a Legba pot where somebody took clay and like hand sculpted a penis, and that joint was like this big on the pot. I was like, God damn, right? But he is the personification. He is the clear archetype of still, y'all, the sacredness in living in the flesh, the sacredness, the spiritual epiphany and illumination that comes also in excesses, in quote, living in the flesh, in quote, sitting comfortably in the desires of the flesh. It's no different than when we hear about, like in Hindu tradition or in Buddhist tradition, that we mostly only hear about the right hand path, but the left hand path and the right hand path at one time had been seen as the two equal ways to achieve divine epiphany. There was no judgment one to the other. Some people, this translates into a story I told you guys about. Some people, because everybody ain't the same, some people need the right hand path to experience epiphany, breakthrough, downloads, whatever you want to call it, harmony, whatever the fuck. Some people need the left hand path. The right hand path is the shit we're always talking about: asceticism, penance, self harm, meditation for hours, isolation, retreat, all of that stuff. And then its obvious opposite, guided by the mother side of the body where the heart is, the left hand path, which has been demonized by the perversion of the white hand path by Christian zealots and all of that shit, Abrahamic zealots and all of that shit. The left hand path is not, quote, witchy, dark, evil, magic, wanting to steal men's souls type of shit. All it is where the right hand path is extreme displays of self-denial. That's what it is. It is extreme acts of devotion and displays of self-denial to prove one's devotion to a greater power or a higher person. The exact opposite is the left-hand path. The extreme and radical indulgence in the desires of the flesh to achieve epiphany, to achieve enlightenment. Two paths of enlightenment. One have been damn near eradicated out of human consciousness. Dionysus, Bacchus, and all of these different deities who we only see one side of their self. Is this no different than what we were just talking about? How the only time, anytime anybody talks about Saturn or Capricorn, it's always doom and gloom and your money about to be fucked up and all this terrible, 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 terrible shit. But like, just like a Legba is two-faced, just like a shoe is two-faced, Capricorn has two different personifications. As a matter of fact, the story that you hear about Capricorn is that when the fair maiden comes down to the water side, the ocean side, all she sees is what appears to be a goat in the water. And she's like, what the fuck? Why is a goat in the water? And she cannot see because the other half of himself is hidden. This is a metaphor. The other half of himself, the sea his body actually don't even look like a fish body. It actually looks like a what do you call it? A horsefish. Doesn't it look like a horsefish with the little roly thing on the bottom? Isn't that what you call a horsefish? That has a little spiral tail thing. Anyway, that's what it looked like. The lower hidden part of his nature, the lower hidden part of his nature, that part of his nature. What's the part of his nature that's hidden from you? What in the sign of Capricorn is the nature that is hidden from you? It is those chakras that represent your evil lower nature. It's you living in your flesh. It's the earthly chakras, right? It's all those chakras that live below the heart. Why are you so low vibrational? You just living in your lower chakra. See, you need to be enlightened. You need to be living in your higher chakras. The aspect of Capricorn Saturnian energy that has been hidden from you has been hidden from you deliberately, because those lower chakras that are hidden below the surface of the water that the young girl cannot see, those chakras are the ones that will allow you to achieve enlightenment through the left-hand path, which is the radical indulgence in the desires of the flesh. Those are the only chakras, by the way, as we continue to demonize them. It never fails. Every day I will hear somebody say, you got to raise up at your lower chakras. You gotta meditate to like raise from up your. It's always some aggression in this language around, quote, the lower chakras. But based on Hindu tradition, based on the science of chakras, based on your endocrine system and how it moves like a very fluid, malleable serpent that goes up and down all the time, up and down all the time. But the only way to stimulate that serpent to spring forth all the way, the only thing that can do that, well, there's several things that can do that, but the primary thing that does that is sexual intercourse. I'll just be honest. Is sexual intercourse. It is, according to Chinese medicine, it is ensuring a perpetual a perpetual stimulation of the organs of the lower jiao. Remember, I told you that if you are not having safe, and when I mean safe, I mean like emotionally safe. I mean like emotionally safe sex. Do you understand what I mean? Because you can have sex and it still not be enough to harmoniously balance the elements, the organs of the lower jiao, and then in turn, when you have a healthy, safe sex life, then your upper let me keep it Chinese medicine. Your upper jowls become warmed and stimulated. I'm telling you, when the organs of your lower jowl, which are your foundation, you understand? They are your foundation. When they are warm, when they are moving regularly, the organs of the lower jowl, again, are not only your reproductive organs, it's all your reproductive organs, but it's also your excretory organs, your large intestine, small intestines, kidneys, bladder, and your gonads are all incorporated into the, quote, lower burner. And so if there is anything stagnant in the movement of chi, blood, and essence in the lower jowl, then moving up the body like the jowls do, you're going to have problems with your digestive system, your middle jowl. You're going to have problems with your upper jowl or your respiratory and circulatory system. That's just the way it is. You feel me? If you want to talk chakras, okay, fine. Chakras, in Western language, is just code for your endocrine glands. It's just code. It's the same concept, different language. That's it. The function, what y'all say is an imbalance in my chakras, and this is how it's playing out, is the same concept, talking biochemistry. Same thing. Just a prettier way to communicate the same thing. Okay? And so the reason I'm going off on this is because the lower chakras, the, quote, lower elements, the lower, like an Ayurvedic language, your chakras, the lower chakras, those three chakras that lie below the heart, Chinese medicine, your lower jiao, those excretory organs that your excretory system and your not only your excretory system, it's your excretory system. It is your it's called the fucking it's called the there's a cute little like epitaph for it. Where's my book? Hey, you know, sometimes you clean shit so good you forgot where you put shit at, even though you knew it was close. Oh, here it is. Okay. It's called, I think it's called the Commander of Granary. Is that what it's called? It's a cute little epitaph to describe the function of all the organs, but most specifically those organs that define here it is, the 12 officials of the emperor's court. These are your organs. The heart is the emperor. He is the source of shin and clear insight. The lung is the minister to the king, and he receives the pure chi from heaven. The liver is the general to the emperor who sets the strategy for your life. The gallbladder is the judge. He makes the decisions that involve courage and wise judgment. The pericardium, which is the pouch or the sac that surrounds the heart, the pericardium is the messenger for the king. He protects the king. This is what I was telling you. Like, it's really, really difficult to develop a heart issue from infection because the pericardium is there to take the brunt for anything attempting to jeopardize the heart. The spleen is the official in charge of granary let's see. The spleen is the official in charge of granary. It transforms and transports chi to the other organs. The large intestine is the official of drainage. Why? Because that's where you defecate. That what you cannot use moves out that way. The small intestine is the receiving official that separates the pure from the impure. That's what I was looking for. The small intestine is where, after the entirety of the digestive process, this is the moment where food or the nutrients pulverized from food, the nutrients extracted from food, now cross the barrier of the small intestine and become a part of self. It goes from the outside world to the inside world. It crosses the barrier from the small intestines into the bloodstream through the arteries, the veins, and the lymphatic system. Those amino acids and the vitamins and the minerals and all of that stuff from your food. So it's the last place where your food is uptaken. The large intestines is drainage, not only because it's where feces passes out, but it's also the large intestines where we absorb the water that we consume. It's absorbed in the large intestine. Okay. Then the kidney is the minister of health, child. The kidney is the minister of health. He is responsible for the strength of the entire body and controls the water supply. The sanjiao, which is the triple burner that I was just talking about, is responsible for all the water channels in the entire body to establish balance and harmony. And last but definitely not least is the urinary bladder, who controls the storage of water and excretes fluids. Isn't that such a beautiful and poetic way to understand how your organs treat you and behave for you and are always rallying on your behalf? I'm just saying. Anyway, I could go on forever and ever and ever, and y'all know I could. But I am not going to do that to myself or to y'all this evening because I have a lot to do. But I want to say that's the starting point this week. Is just wake up with a very certain and definitive, audacious cockiness that I am God because only God can only give birth to God. My mother is God, and mommy and I are one. That everything she is capable of doing, I too am capable of doing and undoing. That's your mantra for the week. Everything that she is capable of doing, I am capable of doing. Why am I capable of doing that? Because I am the very necessary, perfect, and peculiar personification of my mother's divine will made a material force. This is how I go into the world. Even when I don't feel my best, I am the best. I am the best expression of myself in this moment. My mother guarantees it so. The process guarantees it so. The moment I open my eyes first thing in the morning, it is a reminder of the perfection of the fucking process every day. Yeah. So that's what we're going to roll out with. I'm plotting and scheming on some things that I'll put y'all on game about tomorrow. And I look forward to Friday. That's my personal opinion. I look forward to Friday. Oh, and that's the last thing. I better not catch one of y'all, not one of y'all that's been following my channel any period of time, and then yank the chain to everybody you know to. I better not see nobody in this country, period, but especially not none of y'all, wearing no red, white, and blue, talking about going to get a hot dog on the 4th of July, talking about doing no barbecue in the backyard on 4th of July. I bet not. 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 I'm going to have a whole attitude. Not y'all. Not people getting yoked up by ICE as we speak, talking about a great America while you disappearing people off the motherfucking street. I bet not. I bet not. And we have to break ties with these damn holidays that are constructed at our expense, child. Y'all better not. Y'all better not. As a matter of fact, that day in particular, y'all better be gassing up your little process. You better be gassing up your ritual, gassing up the recitation. I'm gonna release this song so y'all can have it within the next 24 hours, maybe, but no later than that. Y'all will have it by Friday. I'm gonna need y'all to blaze that in your car when you're slow rolling through your hood with all the windows down. You feel me? Yes. Yeah. So that's our mission. The 4th and the 7th are the mega days. But like I said, I started ceremony today, the 1st, and I will be in ceremony through to the 9th, at least sharply. And then again, we'll still prepare to do the completion of the ritual on August 25th. So I'll still be doing the daily live for the recitation of the conspiracy to right all wrongs, and then oh yeah, but there's two things I wanted to show you. So these books I feel like are so monumental in this moment. They're going to be monumental for some time because we're in all these air and fire signs that we're going to need earth and water, but water most specifically to like balance, harmonize, and not burn the fuck up out of control. You feel me? So I love this book. It is very easy to read. It is by Masaru Emoto. He's a Japanese scientist that did the water experiments in Japan. It's called The Hidden Messages in Water. This is radical. This is in my estimation, the perfect personification of the complete dissolving of the bridge between science and spirituality, quantum physics, and all the things. I love this book. It's freaking radical. And I feel like when we open our mouths to change the world, this is how deliberate we have to be, to recognize that, quote, it is not some detached, superficial, esoteric thing that we are engaged in. It is in the sign of Aquarius that guarantees the rapid transferring of ideas through the, quote, water of the upper firmament that the divine celestial pours on earth. That's the story, is the rapid evolution of the entire collective because he or she pours the divine waters from up above, or the upper firmament, onto the earth. This is the science that can make that a reality. This right here. Also the other part of that is The Biology of Belief by Dr. Bruce Lipton. I love this book too. These are both very, very easy to read. They're very awesome. And I just love nerds are starting to like really understand the necessity of speaking in multiple languages. speaking in multiple languages, man. The language of image is the oldest language on earth. The language of image is the oldest. Oh, is it? Did I bring it over here? I did. Let me show you what else I got. Hold on. Oh, you know what, child? I've gotten so many books since last time I talked to y'all. I told y'all I have a problem. I've gotten so many books since last time I talked to y'all. But there are two or three or four that I really want to share with you guys, because one of them I've been talking about a lot, and it took forever to come. Remember, I'm always talking about the guy who was on Ronald Reagan's cabinet. What's his name? Big New Brzezinski. The Grand Chessboard. I finally got it. I haven't read this book since I was like 26, so I was really hyped to get it. And I'm gonna have to start reading at least excerpts from this for you guys. Then I found another book. I found this free because y'all know I love these little free libraries that be on the street corner in LA. And I found this book that I thought was so timely for what we have been discussing, especially that piece I did on what did I call it? Jesus, hurry up and come and get your motherfucking people. Look at what I got in the free in the little library. The Military Guide to Armageddon. Yes. Yeah. It's a trip. I've only read a few little pieces, but I was like, oh, this is so divinely on time. This, I believe, is going to give us quite a few cackles, truth be told. The perpetual victims of the world, poor Christians. One chapter is called The Courage Under Persecution. Because, in the end of days, they're going to start killing Christians and persecuting Christians. Child, we grew up hearing that bullshit in the church. We gonna have to go into hiding in the last days. Oh Lord, the perpetual victimhood. Isn't that what we talked about? The two-faced nature of your Jesus, the perpetual victim, even as he is the wolf in sheep's clothing. Child, ain't that about a bitch? Eve presenting as the perpetual victim. This one has been so good. It might be later. I don't know. There's so many books I want to read to you guys, but this one has been freaking dope. It's called The Alphabet versus the Goddess, The Conflict Between Word and Image by Leonard Shlain. This book, ooh, is so good. It's so good. It's so good. It has me perpetually beside myself. This one is going to be good too. I don't know how quick I'm going to get to it though, but I got it anyway. Killing the Messenger. The name of the book is Killing the Messenger by David Brock. The right-wing plot to derail Hillary and hijack your government. The comedy. The comedy, I say. I love the cover, though. I love the picture. Killing the Messenger. Last one, I haven't even cracked it open yet, but it's called A Course in Miracles. And it looks more like who produced this? Child. I think this might be some, what's that crazy ass organization down the street, Kevin? The people that be doing the shit to your brain. Scientology? Yes. I think this might be some y'all are cracking up. I think this might be some Scientology shit. I think this might be Church of Scientology. I think it is. Like I said, I haven't even cracked the spine open, but I started opening the spine. I was like, oh wait. Yeah, just like some Scientology shit. What do they call it? I forget what they be going in your head looking for. Some little creatures, or little aliens or something. I don't know. Anyway, that's it. That's all I got for y'all. 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 Okay? I appreciate you. Book your readings. Book your readings. Book your readings. Book your readings. Wellness consultations, readings. Check out my jewelry store because I told you I got up at 6 o'clock in the morning. I've been making jewelry literally right up until I jumped on this live. So I made about 30 pieces that I'm going to be taking pictures of and posting on my Etsy store tonight. So check that out because they are fire. I'm just saying, if I do say so myself, they are fire. Is that where I got it? Yeah. These are all new pieces. Like I've never done these before. They so cute. So check out that later on this evening, maybe tomorrow, because it's gonna take me a while to take pictures of everything and post them on my site. I still got a gang of stuff on my site you can check out in the meantime. And there you go. We are done for the evening. Yay! TEMP. Wait. evoemetemp at donations, contributions, evoemetemp at gmail.com. You can use that for Zelle and for PayPal. If you want to do Cashapp, it is $DaughterOfTheFates. Fates is plural. Venmo is my name, Cassandra-Floyd. Also, you can support my Etsy store, which is Etsy, DaughterOfTheFates.etsy.com. But hold on just a second. Let's do that. Okay. And right now I am going to put in the comment section, that is the link to my Etsy store, to the link if you still need to get a copy of The Conspiracy to Right All Wrongs and the directions for the execution of the ritual. So you'll get 2 PDFs in that. And it is, one is the ritual that you're going to recite, and then the execution of the ritual and when we intend to close out the ritual, which is August 25th, and all the directions that go with that, because there is stuff you need to do. Okay. All right. So that's in there. So you can go there and then you can see the whole store from there. And I think that's it. That's it. So I will see you guys tomorrow. Power up, gods and goddesses. Mommy and Di are one. All right.